The wind swept cold across the crumbling stone balcony, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke and distant rain. I stood there, alone. The last light of day slipping beneath the horizon and casting long shadows across the city I once vowed to protect. My storm-grey eyes traced the winding streets below, the narrow alleys and crowded market squares buzzing faintly even now. The fate market was alive again, its pulse steady and unforgiving. A place where futures were bought and sold like common wares. And somewhere beneath those restless crowds, the prophecy that had shattered my life was changing hands once more. I am Curator, once the kingdom's most gifted oracle, favored by crown and council alike. They called me the voice of the gods, the thread that bound the present to the countless strands of tomorrow. But all that splintered the day I sold a prophecy not to the highest bidder, but to the one who promised power. That prophecy cascaded like wildfire through the corridors of power, igniting war and ruin. The blood spilled beneath its shadow stained my name, and with it, my place among the seers was lost forever. The air was heavy with the scent of incense and parchment, the unmistakable aroma of the fate market that thrived beneath the city's surface. Here, fortunes were wagered on whispered futures, and the delicate balance of our world tilted on the edge of greed and desperation. Prophecies were no longer sacred words spoken in quiet reverence. They were commodities, auctioned to the highest bidder, twisted by ambition and fear. Tonight, I walked the narrow streets leading to the market's heart, my cloak drawn tight against the chill. The city's usual cacophony dimmed to a low murmur, broken only by the occasional clang of a distant bell or the hurried footsteps of those who preferred shadows to light. I felt their eyes on me, old friends turned wary strangers, and enemies who smelled weakness. My name was a curse whispered in dark corners. A familiar figure emerged from the gloom during, a street informant from my past life, quick-witted and loyal in his own way. His sharp eyes flicked over me, searching for signs of change beneath the weary facade. "Kayla," he said softly, "the market's stirring. The prophecy you sold is back in play. Dangerous hands circle it again." His words tightened a knot in my chest. The fragile thread of hope I clung to trembled beneath the weight of new threats. "Tell me everything," I urged, my voice steady despite the storm inside. Joran's gaze lowered, shadows flickering across his face. "An auction is being planned, but this time it's more than simple trade. Power brokers and dark factions are moving, preparing to use that prophecy as a weapon. If they succeed, the world won't just shatter it, will unravel completely." The truth settled over me like a shroud. The prophecy was no longer a relic of my failure, but a living force threatening to consume all we hold dear. I had lost my voice, my place, and nearly my hope. But as the cold night deepened, something within me stirred a fragile ember refusing to die. I clenched the worn pendant resting against my chest, a symbol of my birthright and burden. The path ahead was shadowed and perilous, but I would walk it, for the fate of the realm, and for the chance to reclaim my own lost destiny. The fate market awaited, its secrets and dangers woven into every whispered promise and veiled threat. And I would face it all because the future was not yet written, and I still held a thread in my hand. The auction of fates was about to begin, and I would be there, ready to fight for the light and the fallen. As the city's lanterns flickered to life, casting golden pools across the cobblestones, I took a deep breath and stepped forward into the night. The story of Curator was far from over. It was only just beginning. The shadows lengthened behind me, and the fate market's pulse quickened with every step I took. Somewhere beyond the twilight, the prophecy waited, and so did my reckoning. The room was cloaked in shadows, save for the soft flicker of candlelight that cast uneven patterns on the cracked walls of Kayla's chamber. Outside, the city murmured quietly under a shroud of dusk, but inside, silence pressed heavily, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. She sat cross-legged on the worn wooden floor, her slender fingers tracing cryptic symbols on a yellowed parchment. Each line she drew seemed to carry the weight of countless futures, some bright, others dark and foreboding. Her storm-grey eyes, sharp and searching, stared beyond the ink and paper, as if trying to peer into a realm where the divine once whispered secrets now lost. Keller's breath hitched as a wave of memory surged unbidden. The grand halls of the palace shimmered before her eyes, tall, vaulted ceilings adorned with gilded frescoes, the soft echo of silk gowns brushing against marble floors, and the low murmur of courtiers whispering behind gloved hands. She was younger then, her dark hair freshly braided, eyes bright with the confidence of youth and promise. Before the throne, she stood a royal seer, the kingdom's favored oracle, bearing a prophecy that was meant to guide and protect. The king's gaze was steady, expectant, as her voice carried the words that would bind their fate for years to come. But those words, once spoken with certainty, had become chain shackles forged from regret and ruin. The prophecy she sold had spiraled into catastrophe, exploited by power-hungry nobles whose greed turned her visions into instruments of war and destruction. The kingdom fractured, alliances shattered, and the trust she had earned dissolved into whispers of blame and scorn. She was cast out, branded a pariah, her name a curse in the very courts she once served. Keller's fingers trembled as she folded the parchment, the faint scent of old ink mingling with the dust in the air. The bitter sting of betrayal still tasted fresh on her tongue, the realization that the future she glimpsed was never fixed, but malleable, vulnerable to those who sought to bend it for their own ends. Her trust, once freely given, had been shattered like fragile glass. Now she grappled with the harsh truth. In a world where prophecies were bought and sold like commodities, no one was free. Yet beneath the weight of despair, a fragile ember of hope flickered. She rose and moved to the window. The cold glass cooled beneath her palm, raindrops tracing lazy paths down its surface. Beyond the grey horizon, the city pulsed with quiet life merchants calling their wares, children's laughter echoing faintly, the distant clang of hammers shaping metal. The silence of the divine still lingered, an oppressive absence that challenged her faith. But within that void, Kayla found a new resolution. If fate was a chain, then perhaps it was a chain she could break. Her voice barely a whisper, she vowed to reclaim the prophecy she once sold, to prevent it from unleashing further ruin. It was a path fraught with danger, through the shadowy depths of the fate market where whispers and greed held sway. But she was no longer the naive seer who once trusted too easily. Now she was a woman forged by loss and pain, armed with sharp intuition and a heart tempered by regret. As the candle flickered low, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts upon the walls, Kayla allowed herself a moment of stillness and anchor amid the chaos. The past would not define her. The future remained unwritten, fragile and uncertain, and she would face it no matter the cost. Outside, the city's heartbeat quickened with the coming night, a symphony of distant footsteps and whispered secrets. Inside, Kayla pulled her dark braid tighter, steeling herself for the journey ahead. The echoes of the past haunted her still, but they no longer held dominion. With every breath, she wove a new thread into the tapestry of her destiny, one of courage, redemption, and the fragile hope that even in silence, the divine might yet listen. The night deepened, and Keller's resolve hardened. Tomorrow, the market would call, and she would answer. But as the candle guttered and the shadows stretched long into the corners of her chamber, a faint sound stirred outside footsteps, distant but deliberate. The past was never far behind. The game was about to begin again. The damp stones beneath my boots whispered secrets as I slipped through the labyrinthine alleys beneath the city. The fate market, with its cacophony of hushed deals and guarded glances, thrummed like a living thing, predatory and elusive. My heart beat a steady rhythm of unease and resolve. This was a world I once knew too well, yet now felt foreign and dangerous. I pulled my cloak tighter, the rough fabric a thin barrier against the chill that settled in the air. Around me, the mingled sense of wet earth, smouldering embers from distant fires, and the sharp tang of ink and leather from the market stalls wove together into an intoxicating, almost suffocating perfume. The murmurs of traders bartering over fragile scraps of prophecy floated on the night breeze, each whisper a thread in the tangled web of fate I was desperate to unravel. Joran was waiting where the alleys converged into a cramped, shadowed niche place where the market's noise softened into a low murmur. I remembered him from long ago, lean, wiry, with those sharp, restless eyes, always scanning for opportunity or threat. His patchwork cloak blended seamlessly with the surrounding shadows, and beneath it, the faint glint of a dagger caught the flickering light of a battered lantern. "Kayla," he greeted me, voice low and cautious, as if my presence could attract more than just his attention. "You're far from the palace halls now. What brings a fallen oracle to this den of vipers?" I studied him carefully, searching for any sign of deception. The years had carved lines of hardship into his face, but the glint of sharp intelligence remained undimmed. "I need information," I said evenly, "about the auctions, about the prophecy I lost." His eyes flickered, betraying a mixture of surprise and wariness. "That's dangerous talk," Joran murmured, "but it's not the first time you've walked this knife's edge." We moved deeper into the shadows, where the market's pulse beat strongest. Around us, masked figures haggled over parchments inscribed with cryptic symbols, the air thick with the metallic clang of auctioneers, hammers, and the rustle of secretive deals. The tension was palpable, symphony of greed, fear, and desperate hope. Joran leaned close, his breath warm against my ear as he whispered names and factions that controlled the market's dark arteries. "Malrek Daven's faction tightens its grip," he warned. "They've got eyes everywhere. The next auction will be the most dangerous yet." I absorbed every word, the weight of the prophecy pressing on my mind like a stone tether. This was the moment where past and present collided, the crossroads of fate where my choices could tip the balance between salvation and ruin. As we parted, I felt the cold bite of uncertainty gnaw at me, but beneath it, a fragile ember of hope flickered. The path ahead was shrouded in shadows, but with Joran's counsel, I had a thread to follow through the maze. My storm-grey eyes scanned the marketplace one last time before I melted back into the crowd. The whispers of the fate market promised secrets and dangers alike, and I was ready to face them all. But the question lingered, could I trust the shadows, or would they consume me whole? The dance of fate had begun anew, and I was caught in its deadly embrace, yearning to reclaim what I had lost. The night deepened, and so did the silence of the divine. Yet within that silence, I heard the faintest murmur of a future still unwritten, waiting for the courage to seize it. And I would be the one to write it, no matter the cost. From the alleyways to the auction halls, the fate market's underbelly beckoned. Every secret uncovered was a step closer to redemption or destruction. With Joran's whispers as my guide, I plunged forward, knowing that the threads of destiny were fragile, and the price of failure could be the end of all things. The path was dark, but I was no longer alone. And in the shadows, a spark of hope burned brighter than before. The air inside the low-ceilinged chamber was thick with the sharp scent of burning incense and the stale weight of unspoken grudges. Kayla stepped lightly over the cracked stone floor, her storm-grey eyes narrowing as they adjusted to the dim glow of flickering candles. Shadows curled along the edges of the room, casting the once grand space into a cage of darkness and light. At the far end, near a window cracked and grimy with age, a figure stood with his back to her, silhouetted against the dying light of the day. Silas, her former apprentice, her rival. His unruly dark hair caught the last strands of sunlight, and his sharp hazel eyes flicked over his shoulder, meeting hers with a blend of challenge and pain. "Kayla," he said, voice smooth but laced with something colder, "I wondered if you would come, or if you still dared to walk these shadowed halls." She forced a calm she did not feel, stepping forward. "I come because what lies ahead demands it. Because the prophecy you seek to claim is not just a prize in your hands. It threatens us all." Silas scoffed, a bitter smile curling his lips. "Always the protector of fragile futures. But tell me, Kayla, did you protect anything when your last prophecy set the kingdom ablaze? Or did you watch it burn with that same storm-grey gaze?" Pain flickered in her eyes, but she met his accusation head-on. "I bear that burden every day, but unlike you, I haven't forgotten the cost of ambition unchecked." The room pulsed with the intensity of their exchange. Keller's fingers involuntarily traced a faint, cryptic symbol in the error habit born of years spent reading and weaving futures. Silas's eyes followed the motion, darkening with memories of lessons learned and lost trust. "You taught me, Kayla," he murmured, stepping closer. "But when you fell, I rose. The fate market shifted, and so did power. I took what you left behind because I believed I could do better." "Better," Keller's voice cracked under the weight of bitter disbelief. "By trading futures like coin, by betting on despair." Silas's gaze hardened. "You were weak, afraid. You abandoned your path when the divine fell silent. I embraced it. I am not bound by your failures." A heavy silence settled between them. The ghosts of their shared past hovered, the lessons taught in candlelit chambers, the whispered promises of guidance, and the sudden fracture that had turned mentor and apprentice into adversaries. "I do not seek to fight you, Silas," Kayla finally said, her voice steadier. "But I cannot let your ambition unravel what little hope remains." He laughed, a sound both bitter and weary. "Hope is a fragile thread, Kayla, and sometimes it must be severed to weave a new pattern." She turned away, the weight of his words settling in her chest like a stone. As she stepped back into the cool night outside, the city's noises a distant clatter of hooves, the murmur of restless crowds wrapped around her like a shroud. The confrontation had left her breathless, her resolve tested but not broken. Somewhere beneath the bitterness and betrayal, beneath the fractured loyalties and unresolved anger, a fragile hope flickered. Could Silas still be reached? Could the threads of their past be rewoven into an alliance? Or were they doomed to unravel the fragile future together? The shadows stretched long across the cobblestones as Kayla vanished into the night, the echo of their words lingering in the cool era promise of storms yet to come, and the fragile light of hope still fighting to survive. The air inside the chamber was thick with the scent of aged parchment and faint traces of incense, a curious blend that oddly comforted Kayla as she stepped fully inside. The walls were lined with tall shelves, crammed with ancient scrolls. crystal spheres glowing softly in the dim light like captured stars, and intricate artifacts that hummed with prophetic energy. At the center, behind a polished oak desk, stood Myra, her sharp amber eyes locked onto Kalis with an intensity that was both challenging and assessing. "I've heard whispers," Myra began, her voice smooth, yet edged with caution. "The disgraced oracle seeks to wade back into the currents of the fate market. Bold, or perhaps reckless." Kayla held Myra's gaze steadily, feeling the weight of those words press against her. "I need information," she replied evenly. "And allies." Myra tilted her head slightly, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "Allies in this market come at a price, Kayla. You understand that better than most." The two women circled one another in dialogue, words laden with hidden meanings and veiled threats. Keller's voice was steady but underscored with the desperation of a woman clawing back from ruin, while Myra's responses were sharp, laced with pragmatic wisdom and a thread of weariness born from years navigating the market's treacherous tides. "The market is far more tangled than you imagine," Myra said, leaning forward. "Shadow factions vie for control, auctioneers who trade not just futures but lives, and secrets that could shatter kingdoms. The prophecy you seek is a prize many covet, and none willing to give it up lightly." Kayla absorbed the weight of Myra's words, the shadows in the room seeming to deepen as if echoing the darkness within the market itself. Here, morality was not a guiding light but a shifting shade, and trust was a currency rarer than any prophecy. For a moment, silence stretched between them, thick and electric. Then, Myra's gaze softened just slightly. "I'm not your enemy, Kayla, but neither am I your savior." With a subtle motion, Myra slid a folded note across the desk. The paper was worn, the ink faded but deliberate. "You'll find what you need at the Veilgate Tavern. Midnight. Come alone." Keller's fingers brushed the note, the fragile hope within it a stark contrast to the hard certainty in Myra's eyes. "Why help me?" Myra's smirk returned, faint but knowing. "Because sometimes, even the market needs a little chaos to stay alive." As Kayla turned to leave, the weight of the fate market pressed down on her like a storm's first breath. This meeting had opened a door, but on the other side lay shadows deeper and more dangerous than she had yet dared to face. She tucked the note into her cloak, her mind racing with possibilities and peril. Outside, the market's restless hum seeped through the walls, a symphony of whispers and deals struck in the dark. Kayla stepped back into the night, the fragile threads of her destiny tangled anew, and the game of prophecies had only just begun. She could feel it in the cool night air, the pulse of the market, the beat of shifting fates, and the faint, elusive hope that somewhere in this web of greed and power, redemption was still within reach. But as the shadows lengthened and the silence of the divine lingered heavy over her heart, Kayla knew that trust was a perilous gamble, one she would have to play with every ounce of her skill and courage. The broker's game was on, and the stakes were nothing less than the fate of the world itself. The path ahead was uncertain, but Keller's resolve was clear: to reclaim what was lost, to rewrite the future, and to stand once more as the oracle who could shape destiny as a pawn, but as a force of change. And as she disappeared into the labyrinthine alleys of the fate market, her storm-grey eyes burned with a fragile hope, a spark that no shadow could extinguish. The night was far from over, and so was her story. The moment I stepped through the narrow alleyway behind the market's busiest square, the noise of bartering voices and clinking coins faded to a dull murmur, replaced by the muted thrum of whispered secrets and cautious footsteps. The air here was thick with the scent of damp stone and wood smoke, a stark contrast to the gilded halls I had once called home. But it was here, amidst the shadows and grit of the Fate Market's underbelly, that I hoped to find a sliver of salvation. Ira. Thane was waiting where the alley opened into a wider courtyard, modest space lit only by the flickering glow of oil lamps strung haphazardly between battered buildings. She stood with her back to me, arms crossed, the fiery red of her hair a beacon against the night's gloom. When she turned, a sharp smile flickered across her face, tempered by the hard edge of survival etched into every line. "Kayla," she said, voice low but steady. "I was beginning to think you'd never come." I offered a tired smile, stepping closer, the weight of years pressing down on my shoulders. I had to be sure. The Fate Market doesn't easily forgive or forget. Ira's green eyes scanned me with a mixture of scrutiny and warmth. "Neither do I." We slipped inside the tavern that opened onto the courtyard, the noise swallowing us in an instant. The air was thick with the tang of ale and the sharp bitterness of spilled secrets. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath our feet as we made our way to a backroom door, heavy and scarred from years of use. Ira produced a slender iron pick from her worn leather pouch, her fingers moving with practiced ease. The lock yielded with a faint click, and the door swung open to reveal a cramped chamber stacked with crates and dusty tomes. "You always did like a drama," I murmured, watching her work. Ira grinned, a flash of mischief breaking through the tension. "What's a good story without a bit of suspense?" Inside, a low table bore the burden of scattered papers, ledgers, and coded messages, evidence of a corruption deeper and more insidious than I had dared imagine. Ira leaned over the documents, her eyes sharp as she pointed out discrepancies and hidden transactions. "The Fate Market isn't just about buying and selling prophecies anymore," she whispered. "There's a cabal steering the auctions, manipulating outcomes, and silencing those who don't comply." I pressed my fingers to my temples, the weight of her words sinking in. This was no ordinary corruption. It was a cancer eating away at the very fabric of our world's future. "And you think the prophecy I sold is part of their scheme?" Ira nodded grimly. "More than that, it's a key piece, a lever they plan to use to tip the scales in their favor. We have to act quickly." Our eyes met, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. Old wounds and betrayals lingered beneath the surface, but in this moment, they were dwarfed by the urgency of our shared cause. "I'm with you," I said, the conviction surprising even myself. "Whatever it takes." Outside, the muffled sounds of the market continued a symphony of greed, ambition, and whispered futures. Inside this small room, beneath flickering candlelight, a fragile alliance was forged in the shadows. Ira's sharp wit and pragmatic approach were a bomb to my frayed resolve. She spoke of her own battles within the market's tangled politics, of nights spent unraveling conspiracies and days dodging assassins' blades. Her loyalty was fierce, born of hardship and hardened by survival. Together, we began to piece together the threads of a vast and dangerous tapestry, the pattern of which threatened to consume us both. The hours slipped by unnoticed as we pored over the evidence, our whispered conversations punctuated by the occasional clink of a glass or distant shout. I found myself sketching symbols in the margins of a ledger, the old habits returning despite the storm raging within me. At one point, Ira paused, staring at me with an intensity that cut through the haze of doubt. "Kayla, you're not alone in this. We can change the market's course if we stand together." Her words stirred something long dormant of fragile hope, a spark of courage, but I knew the road ahead was perilous. Our enemies were many, and their reach was long. As dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of crimson and gold, we sealed our pact with a firm clasp of Hansa, promised to fight, to endure, and to reclaim what was lost. The fate market would not break us. Not this time. But as I stepped back into the waking city, the chill of uncertainty settled over me once more. The silence of the divine still lingered, a hollow echo beneath the clamor of human ambition. And the prophecy waited, its fate intertwined with ours, a blade poised to cut through the fragile threads of tomorrow. I could only hope that this time we would be the ones to write its ending. The path to Master Oren's dwelling was a narrow, winding trail hemmed in by gnarled trees whose skeletal branches clawed at the overcast sky. As I stepped beneath their shadow, a chill crept along my spine, not from cold, but from the weight of silence that clung to the air. The city's clamor faded behind me, replaced by the subtle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone crow, its core sharp and hollow. I clutched the worn leather satchel at my side, the remnants of prophecies past tucked away like secrets best forgotten. Each step brought me closer to the man who had once been the kingdom's greatest seer before the fate market's corruption silenced many like him. Master Oren, the recluse whose cryptic wisdom had been my only beacon when the gods themselves fell silent. His home emerged from the mist like an ancient reliquary, squat stone cottage whose weathered walls bore the scars of time and neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the crooked chimney, mingling with the scent of burning sage and dried lavender. I hesitated at the threshold, gathering the fragments of courage that had become my lifeline. The door creaked open before I could knock, revealing the frail figure of the elder seer. His silver hair framed a face etched with countless years of knowledge and sorrow. His eyes, clouded yet piercing, met mine with an intensity that pierced through pretense and pain alike. "Kayla," he greeted, voice a raspy whisper that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "You come seeking answers in a world grown deaf to the divine." I nodded, stepping inside. The interior was dim, lit only by the flicker of several candles whose flames threw dancing shadows upon walls lined with dusty tomes and faded tapestries. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and aged parchment. "Tell me, Master Oren," I began, "why has the silence fallen? Why do the gods no longer speak to those who listen?" He motioned for me to sit upon a worn cushion on the floor, where the dirt beneath had been carefully swept and scattered with runes drawn in faded chalk. As I settled, he began, "The silence is not absence, but a veil, Kayla, a shroud woven from the chaos of mortal greed and the fractures in faith. Prophecy once flowed freely like a river now. It is a trickle, choked by the stones of ambition and doubt." His words stirred something inside me, a mixture of frustration and a dawning, unsettling truth. But if the gods do not speak, if the fates no longer guide us, then what becomes of those who place their trust in visions? Master Oren's gaze drifted to a cracked window where rain began to tap lightly against the glass. They must learn to listen anew, not to the whispers of the divine, but to the song of their own hearts. The silence compels us to seek answers within, to shape our futures with hands unbound by the chains of predestination. I clenched my fists, the weight of his message settling deep. The prophecy I had sold, the one that shattered kingdoms and burned bridges, was now a weapon wielded in shadow. Yet here was a call to transcend the broken promises of fate itself. "But how?" I whispered. "How do I face a future so uncertain, when even the seers are blind?" He smiled faintly, a glimmer of hope amid the gloom. "By embracing the unknown, by accepting that silence is not defeat, but a challenge. The divine may be silent, but the world still turns, and so must you. The candlelight flickered as if stirred by some unseen breath, shadows twisting in the corners of the room. I rose, feeling the fragile threads of my resolve begin to weave anew. As I stepped back into the misty twilight, the silence no longer felt like a void, but a canvas blank, vast, and waiting for the brushstrokes of my own making. Whatever the fate market held in store, I would face it not as a servile mouthpiece of prophecy, but as a woman reclaiming her voice amid the hush. The road ahead was shrouded in shadows, but I would walk it with eyes wide open, guided not by whispers from beyond, but by the fierce flickering light within. And in that moment, amidst the gathering dusk and the lingering silence, I understood that fate was not a chain forged by gods, but a key held in trembling hands. The silence would not break me. It would become my crucible, and I would emerge remade. But the night was not yet over. The fate market's currents surged beyond the horizon, and the prophecy I sought still beckoned, a fragile hope written in shadows waiting to be reclaimed. I had no choice but to follow its call. The silence was only the beginning. As I disappeared into the gathering darkness, a distant thunder rolled, an omen, or perhaps a promise. The oracle's debt was far from paid, and the story was just unfolding. The chill of the evening air seeped through the cracked windows of the tavern's back room, mingling with the scent of old parchment and faint smoke. Kayla and Liora sat close together, their heads bent over a spread of faded documents and hastily scrawled notes. The flickering candlelight painted their determined faces in wavering gold and shadow, the silence between them dense with the weight of discovery. "Look here," Ira whispered, tracing a thin red line connecting several names on a ledger. "These aren't just random buyers or sellers. This is a network, an intricate web of influence stretching through the fate market's highest echelons." Keller's storm-grey eyes narrowed, storm clouds gathering behind her gaze. "These lost destinies, they're not merely being traded. They're being manipulated, twisted to serve purposes far darker than simple greed." Ira's fiery hair caught the candlelight as she leaned in, voice low and urgent. "And the prophecy you sold, the one that sparked the war, it's a linchpin in this scheme. Whoever controls it holds sway over more than just fate." The realization struck Kayla like a cold gust. The catastrophe she had once feared was not an isolated incident, but part of a carefully orchestrated design. The fate market, with its whispers and shadows, harbored corrupted souls who saw destiny as a tool to wield power rather than a sacred trust. Their investigation had begun with small ledger tip from Joran about suspicious auction activities, a cryptic warning from Myra, but what they'd uncovered now was a vast conspiracy, threading through the market's darkest corners. The names in the ledgers were masked by codes and symbols, yet the pattern was unmistakable: disappearances, manipulated outcomes, and lost lives, all tied to the clandestine dealings of a hidden faction. "We need to find someone on the inside," Kayla said, voice grim but resolute. "Someone who can confirm these connections and help us expose the truth." Liora nodded, eyes sharp. "There's a contact I know, reluctant, but desperate enough to talk. We meet at the usual spot. It won't be easy, but it's our best chance." As night deepened, they moved through the thrumming heart of the fate market, a place alive with murmurs, the clink of coin, and the subtle dance of power. The air was thick with incense and tension, each shadow potentially hiding a threat or an ally. Navigating the labyrinth of stalls and secretive alcoves, Kayla felt the pulse of the market's corruption, an undercurrent of greed and fear that threatened to swallow them whole. At a secluded courtyard behind a row of unassuming shops, Kayla and Ira met their informant. Cloaked in threadbare garments, the figure's hands trembled as they handed over a bundle of documents, eyes darting nervously. "This is what you asked for," the informant whispered, voice ragged with fear. "But be careful, there are eyes everywhere." Kella's heart tightened. The stakes were higher than ever. The prophecy she once sold, now entwined with this conspiracy, was a weapon shaped by greed and desperation. To reclaim it, she would have to confront not only the market's corrupt power brokers, but also the ghosts of her own past. Back in the flickering candlelight, poring over the new evidence, Kella's breath caught as the full scope of the scheme crystallized. Lost destinies were being auctioned not just for profit but as tools of control, bending the future to the will of those who dared to seize it. And at the center of this storm stood Lord Malrek Davon, his ambition a dark tide threatening to drown the fragile balance of the realm. "We're running out of time," Kayla said, voice strained but steady. "This conspiracy doesn't just end with the fate market. It could unravel everything we've fought to protect." Ira's gaze met hers, fierce and unwavering. "Then we fight, together," as the candle guttered and the first light of dawn crept through the window. Kayla felt the weight of lost destinies pressing down, but also the fragile spark of hope kindling within. The path ahead was perilous, but she would walk it, thread by thread, until the web of conspiracy was torn apart. The silence of the divine might still linger, but Kella's voice was rising sharp, determined, and unyielding. The fate of tomorrow depended on it, and somewhere deep within the market's shadows, eyes watched and waited, the game far from over. The threads of conspiracy were pulled taut, and Kayla knew the moment to act was fast approaching. But with every secret revealed, the question loomed larger. Who could she truly trust in a world where even fate itself was for sale? Her journey was just beginning. The chill of the evening air seeped through the cracked windows of the tavern's back room, mingling with the scent of old parchment and faint smoke. Kayla and Ira sat close together, their heads bent over a spread of faded documents and hastily scrawled notes. The flickering candlelight painted their determined faces in wavering gold and shadow, the silence between them dense with the weight of discovery. "Look here," Ira whispered, tracing a thin red line connecting several names on a ledger. "These aren't just random buyers or sellers. This is a network and intricate web of influence stretching through the fate market's highest echelons." Kella's storm-grey eyes narrowed, storm clouds gathering behind her gaze. These lost destinies, they're not merely being traded, they're being manipulated, twisted to serve purposes far darker than simple greed. Ira's fiery hair caught the candlelight as she leaned in, voice low and urgent. "And the prophecy you sold, the one that sparked the war, it's a linchpin in this scheme. Whoever controls it holds sway over more than just fate." The realization struck Kayla like a cold gust. The catastrophe she had once feared was not an isolated incident, but part of a carefully orchestrated design. The fate market, with its whispers and shadows, harbored corrupted souls who saw destiny as a tool to wield power rather than a sacred trust. Their investigation had begun with small ledger tip from Joran about suspicious auction activities, a cryptic warning from Myra, but what they'd uncovered now was a vast conspiracy, threading through the market's darkest corners. The names in the ledgers were masked by codes and symbols, yet the pattern was unmistakable: disappearances, manipulated outcomes, and lost lives, all tied to the clandestine dealings of a hidden faction. "We need to find someone on the inside," Kayla said, voice grim but resolute. "Someone who can confirm these connections and help us expose the truth." Ira nodded, eyes sharp. "There's a contact I know, reluctant but desperate enough to talk. We meet at the usual spot." It won't be easy, but it's our best chance." As night deepened, they moved through the thrumming heart of the Fate Market, a place alive with murmurs, the clink of coin, and the subtle dance of power. The air was thick with incense and tension, each shadow potentially hiding a threat or an ally. Navigating the labyrinth of stalls and secretive alcoves, Kayla felt the pulse of the market's corruption, an undercurrent of greed and fear that threatened to swallow them whole. At a secluded courtyard behind a row of unassuming shops, Kayla and Ira met their informant. Cloaked in threadbare garments, the figure's hands trembled as they handed over a bundle of documents, eyes darting nervously. "This is what you asked for," the informant whispered, voice ragged with fear. "But be careful, there are eyes everywhere." Kayla's heart tightened. The stakes were higher than ever. The prophecy she once sold, now entwined with this conspiracy, was a weapon shaped by greed and desperation. To reclaim it, she would have to confront not only the market's corrupt power brokers, but also the ghosts of her own past. Back in the flickering candlelight, poring over the new evidence, Keller's breath caught as the full scope of the scheme crystallized. Lost destinies were being auctioned not just for profit but as tools of control, bending the future to the will of those who dared to seize it. And at the center of this storm stood Lord Malrek Davon, his ambition a dark tide threatening to drown the fragile balance of the realm. "We're running out of time," Kayla said, voice strained but steady. "This conspiracy doesn't just end with the Fate Market. It could unravel everything we've fought to protect." Ira's gaze met hers, fierce and unwavering. "Then we fight, together," as the candle guttered and the first light of dawn crept through the window. Kayla felt the weight of lost destinies pressing down, but also the fragile spark of hope kindling within. The path ahead was perilous, but she would walk it thread by thread until the web of conspiracy was torn apart. The silence of the divine might still linger, but Keller's voice was rising sharp, determined, and unyielding. The fate of tomorrow depended on it. And somewhere deep within the market's shadows, eyes watched and waited, the game far from over. The threads of conspiracy were pulled taut, and Kayla knew the moment to act was fast approaching. But with every secret revealed, the question loomed larger. Who could she truly trust in a world where even fate itself was for sale? Her journey was just beginning. The hall was cloaked in shadows and murmurs, the flickering torchlight casting elongated silhouettes across the vaulted ceiling. I moved with careful steps, the weight of countless eyes pressing invisibly against me as I slipped past ornate pillars and cloaked figures. The Fate Market's most secretive auction was underway, a gathering of those who sought to bend futures to their will. I was a ghost here, an oracle fallen from grace, but my purpose was clear: to track the prophecy I had once sold, now a weapon in dangerous hands. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that hummed beneath the polite smiles and measured words. Bidders wore masks, their faces obscured as if to hide from the futures they sought to claim. Jewel-encrusted rings tapped impatiently on carved tables. Whispered negotiations floated like smoke through the crowded chamber. I felt the eyes of the room like pricks of ice, suspicion mingling with curiosity. But I kept my head low, my storm-grey eyes scanning every detail. Ira was near, a constant and steady presence. Her fiery hair, pulled back tightly, caught the torchlight as she moved with practiced ease among the crowd. She was my anchor, my protector in this den of vipers. From a shadowed corner, Jorin nodded subtly, a signal that the information he'd gathered was still intact, and the auction's key players were as volatile as ever. The auctioneer, a tall figure draped in embroidered robes that shimmered like starlight, raised his voice above the murmurs. His tone was hypnotic, weaving between command and seduction as he revealed the object of the night's bidding, a crystal sphere, ancient and humming faintly with power. It contained the prophecy I had sold, the very words that had shattered my life and nearly fractured the kingdom. Gasps rippled through the crowd, hunger and fear etched into every face. The sphere pulsed with an eerie light, a beacon of fate's tangled threads laid bare for all to covet. I felt a cold knot tighten in my chest. This was no mere oxen. It was a battleground where destinies would be bartered and rewritten. Mira stood nearby, her posture poised, balancing profit and conscience with a practiced smile. She caught my eye briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the uneasy alliance we shared. Even in this place, where greed and power ruled, there were those who remembered the cost of tampering with fate. Then I saw him, Lord Malrek Davon. He was unmistakable, a shadow among shadows, tall with a scar tracing his sharp jawline. His cold, calculating eyes swept the room, landing on the crystal sphere with a possessive hunger. He wore darkness like armor, and his presence chilled the air, a predator among vultures. The man who sought to harness the prophecy's destructive power was here, and the confrontation I dreaded was drawing near. The bidding began, voices rising and falling like a tempest. Masked bidders threw fortunes into the fray, each desperate to claim the sphere and bend destiny to their will. Alliances shifted like sand beneath my feet, and I realized that every whispered promise, every veiled threat, was a thread in a web far more tangled than I had imagined. I moved closer to Ira, whispering, "We need to know who will win this. The fate of the kingdom depends on it." Her eyes flickered with resolve. We watch, we wait, and when the time comes, we act. But the tension was suffocating. Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of lost destinies and broken promises. The prophecy was no longer a mere whisper, it was a storm gathering strength, ready to unleash chaos or hope. As the final bid soared, I felt the fragile line between salvation and destruction blur. The room held its breath, the future suspended on the edge of a knife. And in that moment, I knew my journey was only beginning. The auctioneer's gavel hovered, poised to seal the fate of all we knew. I swallowed the rising fear, steadying myself for the battle ahead. For in the fate market, futures were bought and sold, but some debts demanded a price far greater than gold. This was my chance to reclaim what was lost, to rewrite the story written in shadows, and I would pay the price, no matter how steep. But first, the auction had to end. The gavel fell, and the world held its breath. The grand hall buzzed with a low hum, its ornate walls echoing with footsteps and murmurs as nobles and shadowed figures alike gathered beneath the vaulted ceiling. Candles flickered their golden light, casting wavering shadows that danced across the polished marble floor, a stage set for a game far deadlier than any whispered bargain or veiled smile. I moved cautiously through the crowd, every step measured, every breath shallow. The air was thick with perfume and power, a heady mix that made my skin crawl. Around me, the fate market's elite had convened, eager to claim futures as though they were mere trinkets. Among them, I was a ghost, a disgraced oracle, marked by failure and loss. But tonight, I was here for one reason, to find the prophecy I had sold, the one now bent toward destruction. My storm-grey eyes flicked across faces, searching for any sign of the dangerous hand that held my past in their grasp. The weight of that lost destiny pressed heavily on my chest. Each whispered conversation felt like a thread pulling tighter, threatening to unravel the fragile balance of our world. A sudden clang shattered the murmurs, sharp, metallic, a blade striking stone. The crowd froze, then erupted into chaos. Shouts rang out as bodies surged and scattered, panic igniting like wildfire. My heart slammed against my ribs as I dove behind a marble pillar, pressing my back against the cold surface. The scent of smoke and fear filled the air, mingling with the distant echo of hurried footsteps. "Kayla," a voice hissed urgently. I turned to see Ira, her fiery hair a bright flare amidst the shadows. Her green eyes blazed with fierce determination as she moved like a shadow herself, intercepting a figure lunging toward me with a dagger gleaming cruelly. With swift, practiced movements, Ira disarmed the attacker, twisting the blade from his grasp and forcing him to the ground. "Stay close," she commanded, her voice low but unwavering. "They won't stop until you're dead or the prophecy is in their hands." Before I could respond, a familiar figure slipped from the crowd. Jorin, the wiry street informant who had once been a part of my past life in the city's underbelly. His eyes darted nervously, scanning for threats. "We don't have much time," he whispered. "There's more than one faction after you tonight." The realization hit me like a cold wave. The Fate Market was not just a place of trade, but a battlefield where lives and futures were collateral damage. Ira grabbed my hand, pulling me through secret passages and hidden alcoves, her knowledge of the market's dark veins proving invaluable. Joran's whispered directions led us away from the main halls, chaos toward a narrow exit bathed in moonlight. As we slipped into the cool night air, away from the din of alarmed voices and flashing torches, a grim resolve settled over me. The stakes had never been clearer. The prophecy the first once sold was a weapon now wielded by those who sought to bend fate itself to ruinous ends. "They're closer than ever," I murmured, my voice shaking not with fear but with a desperate determination, "and I won't let them win." Ira's grip tightened, a silent promise of loyalty. Joran's eyes gleamed with cautious hope. Together, we vanished into the shadows, the first step on a path that would test every ounce of courage and cunning I possessed. The night was far from over, and the assassins in the dark had only just revealed their hand. But so had I, and the market's deadly game was set to reach its crescendo. As we disappeared into the labyrinthine streets, the echoes of the attack lingered, a chilling reminder that in the Fate Market, betrayal wore many faces, and survival demanded more than foresight. It demanded allies, sacrifice, and a will strong enough to rewrite the shadows cast by prophecy. The next move was mine, and I would not falter. The narrow path leading to Master Oren's dwelling wound through twisted ancient trees, their skeletal branches scraping against a steel-grey sky. The air was thick with the chill of approaching night, and Kayla Varys pulled her cloak tighter around her slender frame. She had not visited Orin in years since before the Fate Market had consumed the kingdom's sacred trust in prophecy, but desperation and fragmented hope had driven her here once again. The door to Orin's chamber creaked open under her tentative knock. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a single flickering candle beside a cluttered desk stacked with scrolls yellowed by time. A faint scent of incense lingered, mingling with the mustiness of old parchment. At the far end, Master Oren sat motionless in a high-backed chair, his silver hair a stark contrast to the shadows that enveloped him. His eyes, clouded with age and experience, fixed on Kayla with a quiet intensity that pierced through her defenses. "Kayla," he greeted, his voice a low whisper, roughened by years of silence. "You come seeking answers in a time when even the gods seem to have turned their faces away." She nodded, swallowing the knot of uncertainty rising in her throat. Master Orin, the prophecy I sold, the silence that's fallen over all our visions. What does it mean? Has the divine forsaken us? Orin's gaze drifted toward the candle flame, its light trembling in the still air. Not forsaken, child, silent, but silence is not absence. It is a space of void, pregnant with possibility. The gods speak not through certainty, but through the shadows between certainty and doubt. Keller's brow furrowed. But how is a seer to guide others when the voice they relied on falls silent, when fate itself seems broken? That is the test, Orin replied, his voice barely above a breath. The silence demands that seers learn to listen not to the gods, but to the choices of those who walk the path. Fate is no longer a chain to bind us, but a key to unlock our own will. The words unsettled Kayla, stirring a tempest within. For so long she had believed in the unyielding thread of destiny, the clarity of visions, foretelling inevitable ends. Now, those threads seemed frayed, tangled by silence and shadow. She stood and paced the cramped room, the flickering shadows casting ghostly shapes on the walls. If our futures are not written, then what is the meaning of prophecy? What is my role if not to illuminate what must be? Orin rose slowly, leaning heavily on his staff. Your role, Kayla, is to guide, not dictate. To remind those who listen that the future is a tapestry woven from countless choices. The silence you fear is the space for free will to breathe. Keller's heart clenched with both fear and a fragile spark of hope. Could she truly abandon the certainty she once wielded? Could she embrace the chaos of choice and responsibility? The questions swirled like a storm inside her, threatening to uproot everything she believed. As the candle guttered and dimmed, Orin's final words lingered in the cold air. The silence is not an end, but a beginning. Will you listen? Outside, the night had deepened. Kayla stepped into the chill, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. Around her, the world was quiet, no divine voice, no guiding light. Yet beneath that silence lay a new truth, raw and uncertain. The fate she sought to reclaim was no longer a predetermined script, but a story she might still write. Her fingers brushed the loose braid at her shoulder, a simple gesture grounding her amidst the swirling unknown. The weight of lost destinies pressed on her, but so did the fragile promise of choice. Tonight, the silence spoke volumes, and Kayla Veres, once a broken oracle, would learn to listen anew. She did not yet know where this path would lead, but for the first time in a long while, she felt the faint stirrings of hope. The future was hers, to shape or to shatter, and the silence would be her guide. A distant owl hooted once, sharp and clear in the night. Keller's gaze lifted to the shadowed sky, where stars blinked uncertainly through veils of cloud. The silence of the divine was no longer a void to fear, it was a challenge to embrace, and she would answer it. The chamber was steeped in shadows. The only light, a handful of flickering candles set upon a heavy wooden table scarred by years of use. The air hung thick with the scent of burning incense and aged parchment, a heavy cloak that seemed to press down on my shoulders as I stepped through the threshold. Silas was already there, leaning against the far wall, his pale features carved sharp in the candlelight, dark eyes narrowed and unreadable. His presence was a silent challenge, as much as an invitation, a summons to face the fractures that had long festered between us. I drew a steadying breath, the storm-grey depths of my own eyes locking with his. Silas, he gave a curt nod, the barest hint of a smirk curling at the edge of his lips. Kayla, it's been some time. I wondered if you had the courage to show your face again. The words cut sharper than any blade, dredging up memories I had tried to bury beneath layers of guilt and regret. The prophecy I had sold, the war it ignited, the ruin it left in its wake, it all led here to this confrontation. Silas was more than a rival. Once he had been my apprentice, my hope for the future. Now he was my adversary, the embodiment of ambition twisted by betrayal. "I didn't come here to trade barbs," I said, my voice steady despite the storm raging within. "We have a greater threat to face, and your interference only complicates matters." He pushed off from the wall, stepping forward so that the shadows played across his face in jagged patterns. "Greater threat or opportunity? You always saw fate as a cage, Kayla. I see it as a weapon." His words echoed in the silence, a reminder of how far our paths had diverged. I clenched my fists, feeling the weight of the past pressing down. "Your weapon has cost us everything. The kingdom, our people, the fragile balance we once maintained." Silas's gaze darkened, a flicker of pain flashing beneath the surface. "And your prophecy made that possible. You sold it, Kayla. You set this ruin in motion." The accusation hung heavy between us, but I did not deny it. Instead, I met his eyes squarely. "Yes, and I intend to fix it." For a moment, he said nothing. Then, with a bitter laugh, he shook his head. "Fix it? You think you can rewrite fate?" "I have to try," I whispered, "because if I don't, everything will fall apart." The room seemed to shrink around us, the tension so thick it was almost tangible. Silas stepped closer, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "You don't understand what you're dealing with. Fate isn't a river we can steer. It's a storm, wild and untamable." I met his challenge with a defiant edge. "Maybe, but storms can be weathered. And sometimes they can be calmed." Our conversation spiraled, a dance of accusations and confessions, old wounds torn open and laid bare. I saw the bitterness in his eyes, the scars left not just by my failure but by his own choices and sacrifices. For all his ambition, there was a vulnerability he tried to hide, a fractured soul like my own. Then, in a rare moment of silence, the mask slipped. His voice faltered as he spoke. "I never wanted this rivalry, Kayla. I wanted to protect what we lost. But ambition? It's a poison," I softened, the hard edge of anger giving way to something fragile and tentative. "Maybe we're not so different." Silas looked away, the flickering candlelight casting his face in shadow. "Maybe, but the question is whether we can still find a way forward." Before I could answer, a sudden noise at the door startled us both, the faintest echo of footsteps in the corridor beyond. The moment shattered, the fragile possibility of reconciliation slipping through our fingers like smoke. I took a step back, the old mistrust rising anew. "This isn't over." Silas nodded, a reluctant acknowledgement. "No, it's only just beginning." As I left the chamber, the cold night wind rattled the window panes behind me, carrying with it the weight of promises broken and the uncertain hope of those yet to be kept. The fractured loyalties between us were a shadow over the path ahead, a reminder that the fate we sought to change was as much a battle within as it was without. But even in the darkest moments, I clung to the hope that forgiveness might still be possible. For if we could not find common ground, the prophecy's destructive power would consume us all. And so, with the echoes of our confrontation ringing in my ears, I stepped back into the night ready to face whatever came next, even if it meant standing against the one who had once been like family. The story was far from over. The fragile threads of fate were tangled and frayed, but they had not yet broken, and I would fight to weave them back together no matter the cost. The room was heavy with silence, broken only by the faint crackle of the candle flame flickering on the wooden table before me. Shadows stretched and danced across the cold stone walls, casting long, wavering fingers that seemed to reach for me, as if eager to drag me back into the darkness I so desperately wished to escape. I sat hunched over, my fingers tracing the cryptic symbols I had drawn absent-mindedly hours ago, the ink now smudged and blurred like the memories I sought to forget. Storm-grey eyes, once sharp and clear, now clouded with doubt, stared into the flickering light. The weight of my mistakes pressed down on me like the ancient stones surrounding this forsaken chamber. The prophecy I had sold, the one that shattered kingdoms and stained my name with infamy, haunted every breath I took. It was a chain, a noose tightening around my throat, suffocating any flicker of hope I dared to nurture. How could I, a broken oracle, hope to rewrite a fate so firmly etched in the fabric of time? A sudden sharp knock shattered the fragile quiet. The door creaked open, and Ira stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. Her fiery red hair caught the candlelight, blazing like a beacon in the gloom. Her green eyes, fierce and unwavering, locked onto mine with a mixture of frustration and concern. "Kayla," she said, her voice low but insistent, "you can't drown in your guilt. The fate market won't wait for you to find your courage." I looked up, meeting her gaze. "What if I'm not strong enough, Ira? What if the past is a shadow that follows me, no matter how far I run?" She crossed the room swiftly, seating herself beside me. "Strength isn't the absence of fear or doubt. It's the choice to stand despite them. You were the kingdom's most gifted oracle once. That power didn't vanish because of one mistake. It's still inside you, buried beneath the weight of regret. You must believe it, or no one else will." Her words stirred something deep within me, a fragile ember amidst the ashes. But doubt clawed at my resolve. The prophecy was out there, in dangerous hands, poised to unravel the delicate balance of our world. My failure had unleashed chaos. Could I truly prevent it from happening again? The rain began outside, a steady drum against the cobblestone streets, mirroring the tempest within my heart. Each drop echoed the pounding of my thoughts, relentless and unforgiving. I rose, pacing the small room, the scent of damp earth and old parchment filling my senses. The night pressed close, suffocating in its silence, as if the divine itself had turned its face away from us. "The silence is the cruelest curse," I whispered. "Without guidance, how can I be sure my choices aren't just shadows playing tricks on my mind?" Ira's expression softened. "We make our own paths, Kayla. Prophecies are not chains, but threads we can weave anew if we have the courage." Her words resonated, a tentative melody in the discordant symphony of my thoughts. I knew the path ahead would be perilous. The fate market was a labyrinth of ambition and deceit, and Lord Malrek's grasp tightened with every passing day. But surrender was no longer an option. Later, standing atop a rooftop that overlooked the glowing heart of the fate market, the city's lights flickered like distant, trembling stars. The cool night air bit at my skin, yet I felt a strange warmth swell within, a fragile hope, fragile yet fierce. The threads of destiny lay tangled before me, but I would not be their prisoner. With a silent vow, I pledged to reclaim the prophecy, to rewrite the story written in shadows. There was a price to pay, I knew. Redemption demanded sacrifice, courage, and the willingness to face the unknown. But as the wind whispered through the towering spires and the marketplace hummed below, I understood that the future was not a chain-binding mitt, was a key waiting to be turned. The journey was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. And somewhere, in the depths of the Fate Market's shadows, the echoes of my past and the promise of tomorrow collided in a dance as old as time itself. The air beneath the Fate Market's grand halls was thick with a damp chill, heavy with the scent of old stone and whispered secrets. Kayla moved silently alongside Ira and Jorin, their footsteps swallowed by the plush darkness of the velvet-lined corridors. The once familiar bustle of the market above was but a distant murmur here, replaced by the low hum of covert dealings and the tense energy of a place forged in shadows. Every breath Kayla took was measured, every glance sharp, as they edged closer to the heart of Lord Malrek Daven's domain. Ira's fiery hair was a beacon in the gloom, a stark contrast to the muted tones of their cloaks. Her green eyes flickered with a mixture of determination and wariness, scanning every corner for signs of danger. Jorin, ever the streetwise informant, led with practiced caution, his lean frame barely making a sound as he gestured towards a heavy oak door ahead. "This is it," he whispered, voice barely audible. "Beyond this lies the council chamber, where Malrek meets with his closest advisors. If the rumors are true, this is where he lays out his plans to use the prophecy as a weapon." Keller's heart tightened. The prophecy she had sold, once a beacon of hope, now a harbinger of ruin, was in the hands of a man who saw it as a tool to reshape the world by fire and blood. The weight of that knowledge bore down upon her, the familiar sting of guilt mixing with a fierce resolve to undo the damage. They waited for the right moment, listening to the muffled voices within. Malrek's tone was unmistakable, cold, commanding, laced with a ruthless ambition that sent a shiver down Keller's spine. The door creaked open, and Ira slipped inside first, followed by Kayla and Jorin. The chamber was grand, illuminated by flickering chandeliers that cast dancing shadows across the faces of the gathered conspirators. Malrek stood at the center, his imposing figure silhouetted against a large map pinned to the wall. Cities and regions were marked with crimson symbols, each representing a target in his campaign to seize control. "This prophecy is more than a prediction," Malrek declared, eyes blazing with cold fire. "It is a weapon, a key to molding the future to my design. With it, we will end the chaos that has plagued this land. We will bring order on my terms." As Kayla listened, her stomach churned. The man she once pitied for his tragic past had become a tyrant in pursuit of absolute power. But beneath the bravado was a fractured soul, driven by loss and a desperate need to control the uncontrollable. Jorin nudged her gently, slipping a small vial into her palm. "For the traps," he murmured. "Malrek's guards are quick, and the corridors are riddled with more than just watchful eyes." Kayla nodded, tucking the vial away as the meeting drew to a close. They retreated silently, retracing their steps through the labyrinthine passages. But fate was not so kind. A misstep, a clatter of a dropped coin, echoed sharply, drawing the attention of a nearby guard. The alarm blared suddenly, a harsh cry that shattered the fragile silence. Torches flared to life along the walls, revealing the maze of twisting corridors now alive with pursuit. Ira's eyes flashed as she grabbed Keller's arm. This way, they darted through narrow passages, heartbeats pounding in their ears, the scent of damp stone mixed with the metallic tang of fear as shadowy figures closed in. Keller's mind raced, calculating their odds, her intuition honed by years of reading futures now focused sharply on the immediate. They burst through a hidden exit into the cold night air, gasping as the chaos behind them faded into the darkness. Safe for now. But the knowledge they carried was a double-edged sword. The prophecy's destructive power was real, and Malrek's resolve unyielding. Kayla understood that infiltrating his faction was only the beginning. To save the world, she would have to confront not only Malrek, but the shadows within herself. As they vanished into the night, the threads of fate twisted tighter, and the fragile hope of redemption flickered like a candle against the dark. The heavy oak door creaked shut behind us, sealing the cold night from the chamber's fragile warmth. Flickering candlelight danced across the dark wood paneling, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Malrek Davon stood by the hearth, his tall frame rigid, the scar tracing his jawline a stark contrast against the pallor of his skin. His normally cold, calculating eyes were clouded now, as if the weight of years pressed upon him, bending his spirit beneath an invisible load. Kayla and I exchanged a glance, her storm-grey eyes flickering with a complexity I hadn't seen before. A mixture of empathy, suspicion, and something akin to reluctant understanding. The silence stretched, heavy and thick, before Malrek finally spoke. His voice was low, brittle, as if dredging memories best left buried. "It began with a prophecy," he murmured, eyes distant, a whisper of ruin that tore through my family like a blade. The room seemed to shrink around us, the air taut with unspoken anguish. Kayla shifted, her fingers curling into fists, a gesture of both restraint and pain. She had always been haunted by the consequences of her own prophecies. But hearing the toll it exacted on Malrek, her adversary, stirred a turmoil deep within her. "The night they came," Malrek continued, "I was away from home, chasing whispers in the fate market. When I returned, only silence greeted me. My mother, my father, my sister, all gone, burned to ash by those who sought to twist destiny to their will." His voice cracked, and for a moment the ruthless noble Fakade faltered, revealing the fractured soul beneath. "That prophecy was mine to prevent, yet I failed. And now I seek to seize control, to bend fate so no one else will suffer as I have." Kella's breath hitched. The revelation was a fracture in the narrative she'd always held, that Malrek was merely a villain, driven by greed and ambition. Here was a man shaped by loss, driven by a desperate need to prevent further chaos. I noticed Ira standing near the door, her fiery red hair a beacon in the dim light. Her sharp green eyes never ceased scanning the shadows beyond the room, alert to every whisper, every murmur of danger. Even here, in this fragile moment of confession, the threat of the fate market's merciless undercurrent loomed large. "You think control will save us," Kayla said softly, her voice threading through the stillness. "But what if fate is not a chain to be locked, but a river to be navigated?" Malrek's gaze locked with hers, the cold steel of his resolve meeting the storm of her hope. "And what if the river drowns us all without a dam?" The tension between them was palpable, a fragile dance of opposing truths and shared pain. Neither was yet ready to yield, but a sliver of understanding had pierced the armor of animosity. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the chamber, slicing through the intimate moment like a blade. Ira's hand moved instinctively to the dagger at her belt, her eyes narrowing as she motioned for silence. The door shuddered under repeated knocks. "Who is it?" Malrek demanded, voice steely once more. No answer came, only the ominous echo of footsteps retreating into the night. The fragile veil of safety shattered. Kayla exhaled slowly, her gaze lingering on Malrek's conflicted expression. The path ahead was darker and more twisted than she had imagined. To face the coming storm, she would have to confront not only the enemy before her, but the echoes of loss that bound them both. As the candlelight flickered once more, casting elongated shadows that seemed to merge and twist, Kayla felt the weight of destiny pressing down heavier than ever, but no longer insurmountable. The story was far from over. The echoes of loss would shape the battle to come, and in their haunting refrain lay the fragile hope of redemption. And so, with the night closing in around us, we prepared to face the darkness, together, yet divided by the fragile threads of fate. The cold stone beneath my fingers felt unforgiving, much like the weight settling on my chest. I held the prophecy's fragile parchment close, as if the very fibers could shield me from the storm raging inside. The chamber beneath the fate market was silent, save for the distant murmur of the city above, but within me, thoughts clashed like thunder. I traced the cryptic script with trembling hands, each symbol a thread in the tapestry of a future I feared to touch. This prophecy, the one I had sold and lost, was no simple prediction. It was a fulcrum balancing salvation and destruction, a double-edged blade waiting to cut deep into the destiny of our world. How had I failed to see this before? How could I have been so blind? The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the cracked stone walls, and with them, shadows of doubt and fear crept into my soul. I was no longer the kingdom's favored oracle, but a pariah, a woman haunted by a past mistake that threatened to unravel everything. Yet here I was, grasping at the very thread that could weave a new future or unravel the last fragile strands of hope. My thoughts were interrupted by the soft footsteps of Ira Thane. Her fiery red hair was a blaze of defiance in the dim light, her green eyes sharp with concern. "Kayla," she said, her voice low but steady, "we can't afford to waste time. The auction draws near, and the factions vying for the prophecy grow bolder by the hour." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I know, but this prophecy, it's not what I thought. It could save us, or it could doom us all." Ira stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. "Then we need to decide which future we're fighting for." Later, in the cacophony of the market square, surrounded by shouting merchants and the clinking of gold coins, we debated fiercely. Our voices cut through the noise, sharp and urgent. Mira, the reluctant broker, hovered nearby, her expression unreadable as she weighed profit against conscience. The stakes were impossibly high, and every word felt like a gamble. If we use the prophecy to prevent the war, we risk unleashing a power no one can control, I argued, my voice barely masking the tremor beneath. But if we do nothing, the devastation foretold will consume us. Ira's eyes flashed. Then we make our stand. We fight not just for the future written in these words, but for the one we choose to create. My resolve hardened, but before I could respond, a shadow detached itself from the crowd. Lord Malrek Davental, imposing, his cold eyes like shards of ice, stepped forward. The scar along his jaw caught the light, a reminder of battles both won and lost. "Kayla," he said, voice smooth and dangerous, "you grasp at fate like a child clutching a fragile toy. But destiny is not a thing to be rewritten lightly." I met his gaze, unflinching. Neither is it a weapon to be wielded for personal gain. The tension between us crackled, a collision of wills that left the air thick and heavy. Malrek's ambition was a force I could not ignore, but neither would I let it dictate the future. That night, beneath the pale moonlight on the rooftop, overlooking the fate market, I sketched symbols into the dust, whispering fragments of old prayers and new hopes. The cool breeze brushed my skin, a fragile promise that even in silence, the divine might still be listening. I stood at a crossroads of destiny, torn between sacrifice and salvation. The prophecy was no longer just words. On parchment it was a living, breathing question. Could I choose a path that would truly change the course of fate, or was I doomed to repeat the failures of the past? The future was a shadowed road, but I would walk it with eyes wide open. For the first time in what felt like forever, I dared to hope. And in that hope, I found the courage to step forward. The heavy gates of the Varys estate loomed before me, their iron bars worn by wind and time, but still standing resolute, much like the family I was about to face. The sky above churned with low clouds, pregnant with the promise of rain, the scent of damp earth curling into the air like an old, familiar ghost. My heart pounded unevenly, a drumbeat of anticipation and dread. Each step I took toward the threshold carried the weight of years spent in exile, the bitter taste of lost trust, and the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, fragments of what was broken could be mended. Beside me, Ira's presence was steady, grounding. Her fiery hair fluttered in the restless breeze, and her sharp green eyes scanned the grounds with the vigilance that had saved my life more than once. Ready? She asked softly, a rare softness in her voice that belied her usual pragmatic edge. I nodded, swallowing hard. As ready as I can be. The gates creaked open with reluctant protest, the hinges groaning like an old man disturbed from slumber. I stepped inside, the garden sprawling before me, wild and untamed, much like the chaos of my own heart. Memories fluttered unbidden. The laughter of a younger me chasing butterflies beneath these very trees. The stern lectures of my mother and the cautious curiosity of my brother Darren, all now shadowed by the silence that had grown between us. The house itself was a relic of grandeur, its stone walls etched with the passage of seasons and sorrow. I entered the parlor, where the dim light from a solitary fire cast long shadows that danced upon the walls. There, seated with an air of both command and fatigue, was my mother. Her silver-streaked hair framed a face carved by years of grief and resolve. Her eyes, sharp and penetrating, met mine without flinching. "Kayla," she said, voice steady but cold, "you have returned." Her words were simple, but the air between us thickened with unspoken history. I felt the weight of her disappointment, the heavy mantle of blame she bore silently for the calamities my prophecy had unleashed. "Mother," I began, voice tentative, "I did not come to rekindle old wounds, but to seek understanding, to find a way back to who I was, and who I might still be." She studied me for a long moment, the flicker of the fire reflecting in her eyes. "Understanding is earned, child. Trust is not given lightly." The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the crackle of flames and the distant rumble of thunder. The tension was broken by a soft shuffle at the doorway. Darren stepped in, tall and lean, his unruly dark hair falling into eyes that guarded secrets as fiercely as he guarded his heart. "Kayla," he said, voice low but edged with caution, "you shouldn't have come." His words felt like shards of glass, sharp and painful. "I had to," I replied, meeting his wary gaze. "There are things we need to face together or apart." Outside, the twilight deepened, painting the sky in bruised purples and blues. We moved to the garden, the air thick with the scent of wet leaves and impending rain. Our conversation grew heated, voices low but fierce, old grievances surfacing like ghosts beneath the twilight canopy. "You abandoned us when we needed you," Darren accused, pain and anger tangled in his words. "I was trying to save us," I shot back, the sting of guilt flashing across my mind like lightning. "But I lost control. I lost everything." For a moment, silence stretched between us, fragile and tentative. Then Darren's shoulders sagged, the hard edge in his eyes softening. Maybe we can find a way to start again." Relief mingled with sorrow as I nodded, a fragile hope kindling within me. Later, as rain began to patter softly against the window panes, Ira watched from the threshold. I sat by the hearth, sharing stories long buried beneath years of silence and shadow. The room grew warmer, not just from the fire, but from the rekindling of bonds I thought lost forever. "You're stronger than you know, Kayla," Ira said quietly, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Your family sees that now, even if they don't say it." I met her gaze, the weight of my past still heavy but no longer suffocating. "I don't know what the future holds," I admitted, "but I'm ready to face it no longer as a broken oracle, but as someone who's beginning to heal." Outside, the storm broke, rain washing the world clean. And for the first time in a long while, I allowed myself to believe that even fractured destinies could be rewoven. But the path ahead was far from certain. The prophecy, the first once sold, still lurked in dangerous hands, its shadow stretching over all we held dear. Yet, in reclaiming my family, I had reclaimed a part of myself, a fragile thread of hope, strong enough to hold against the coming darkness. And as the night deepened, I knew the journey was only just beginning. The heavy silence lingered in the room long after the fire had dimmed. My mother's gaze softened imperceptibly, and Darren's presence beside me felt less like an accusation and more like an anchor. Ira's quiet support was a balm to my restless soul. In the fragments of family reclaimed, I found a strength I had forgotten the first possessed. Tomorrow, the fate market awaited, with its shadows and whispered dangers. But tonight, surrounded by those I once feared lost, I dared to dream of a future unbound by the chains of past mistakes, a future where fate was not a cage, but a key. And with that hope, I prepared to face whatever dawn might bring. The dim light of the tavern barely pierced the thick haze of smoke curling from a dozen small candles scattered across the battered wooden table. Kayla sat hunched forward, her storm-grey eyes scanning the cryptic symbols and fragmented notes that littered the surface before her. Ira leaned in beside her, fingers deftly tracing the faint lines of a coded message scrawled in a hurried hand. Around them, the murmur of the fate market's restless underbelly seeped in through the cracked door, a symphony of whispered deals, cautious laughter, and the ever-present undercurrent of tension. "This isn't just a simple trade," Ira muttered, her voice low but sharp. "Someone's been pulling strings, hiding behind layers of deception. These papers, they're more than just market ledgers. They map out moves, alliances, betrayals." Keller's jaw tightened. The weight of those words pressed down on her like a stone, colder and heavier than the autumn chill that had settled over the city. She had anticipated resistance, even hostility, but the idea that the conspiracy ran this deep unsettled her far more than she cared to admit. A sudden, cautious knock at the door drew their attention. Joran slipped inside, his lean frame shadowed by the flickering candlelight. His eyes darted nervously before settling on Kayla. "You need to see this," he whispered, pressing a folded parchment into her hands. "There's movement tonight, an auction not on the official schedule, something big and dangerous." Kayla unfolded the parchment, the ink smeared in places, but the message unmistakable. The prophecy she sought was set to change hands again, this time under the shroud of secrecy. The realization settled like a frostbite. The web of deceit was tightening, and time was running out. "We have to act," Kayla said, her voice steady despite the turmoil roiling inside her. "But we're not just fighting for the prophecy anymore. We're fighting for the truth and for our lives." Ira gave a sharp nod. "And we're not alone in this. But that means the enemy could be anyone." The thought gnawed at Keller's resolve. Trust had always been a fragile thing in the fate market, but now it felt like a luxury she could no longer afford. Later that evening, under the guise of twilight's fading light, Kayla found herself in the elegant quarters of Myra, the prophecy broker whose position straddled the fine line between profit and conscience. The room was rich with the scent of sandalwood and faint traces of jasmine, heavy drapes muffling sounds from the bustling market outside. Myra awaited her, poised and inscrutable, her dark eyes reflecting the flicker of candle flames. "You're digging deeper than you should," she said smoothly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "The fate market has its rules, Kayla. Breaking them comes at a cost." Kayla met her gaze without flinching. "I'm not here for threats, Myra. I'm here for answers. I know there's more at play than simple greed." The broker's smile faded. "And what if the answers you seek put you in danger? What if the betrayal comes from those you consider allies?" The room seemed to close in around Kayla, the shadows growing longer. Myra's words struck a chord, an unspoken warning that sent a shiver down her spine. Could she trust Myra, or was the broker yet another thread in the tangled web trying to strangle her mission? Days later, amidst the chaotic swirl of a crowded auction, Keller's path crossed unexpectedly with Silas. His cold blue eyes, sharp and unyielding, locked with hers as the throng of bidders and traders pressed in round them. The noise of the market dulled to a distant hum, the charged silence between them crackling with unresolved history and simmering rivalry. "You're meddling in affairs beyond your reckoning," Silas said quietly, his voice a blend of accusation and something darker, perhaps regret. Keller's pulse quickened, her mind racing. Silas was no friend, but in this moment, he was a barometer of the shifting tides within the fate market. Her mission was fraught with peril, but so was the fragile trust that might yet hold the key to salvation. As the auctioneer's voice rose over the crowd, announcing the next lot, Kayla steeled herself. The web of deceit was tighter than ever, and every step forward could lead to ruin or revelation. In this world where futures were bought and sold, Kayla knew one truth above all: the only certainty was uncertainty itself. Her fingers tightened around the worn leather of her satchel, heart pounding with a fierce resolve. The next move belonged to her hand, the fate of the world depended on it. The threads of betrayal had been woven deep, but Kayla was determined to unravel them, no matter the cost. The night stretched on, heavy with secrets, and as the shadows lengthened, so too did the promise of confrontation and the hope for redemption. And somewhere beneath the surface, the silent pulse of fate waited, ever watchful, ever uncertain. The air in the chamber was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any spoken word. Kayla Veres sat cross-legged on the worn rug, the flickering candlelight casting restless shadows that danced along the stone walls. Her storm-grey eyes scanned the brittle parchment scrolls before her, each inscribed with prophecies long past, faded but still echoing the weight of forgotten futures. Yet, tonight, they offered no guidance, no whisper of what was to come. The silence of the divine had grown into a tempest, relentless and absolute. She let out a slow breath, the kind that seemed to draw in the very shadows around her. "Why now?" she murmured to the empty room. The prophecy she had once sold, the one that had shattered kingdoms and her own life, loomed like a spectre in her mind. And yet, even with the stakes so high, the voices she had once trusted were mute. The threads of fate, once vibrant and clear, now frayed into nothingness. A sudden knock at the door broke her reverie. Moments later, Ira Thane slipped inside, her fiery hair a vivid flame against the muted tones of the chamber. She was breathless, eyes sharp and alive with unspoken news. "Kayla," Ira said, her voice hushed but urgent, "the market grows restless. The factions are shifting faster than we can track. And the auction, the one for the prophesied's, been moved up. Keller's heart quickened, but she masked it with a steady gaze. And the voices, any sign? Ira shook her head, frustration creasing her brow. Nothing, the same silence that's gripped us all. But there's talk, something new stirring beneath the surface. Kayla nodded, the weight of the silence pressing against her resolve. Then we have no choice but to rely on what we carry inside. The next day, she sought out Master Orin, the elder seer who had long retreated from the world's noise to dwell in shadowed solitude. The old man welcomed her beneath tattered tapestries that whispered of forgotten ages, his silver hair falling softly over eyes clouded with the haze of time. He regarded her with a solemn kindness. "The silence you feel," he said in a voice like wind through dry leaves, "is not absence, but a test. The divine does not speak because it waits for the courage to listen without words." Keller's brow furrowed. "How am I to act when the prophecies I once trusted vanish into silence?" Master Orin's gaze pierced through the dim light. "Prophecy is but a guide, not a chain. You must learn to read the spaces between the spoken and the silent. The future is not written in stone, but in choices yet made." His words, cryptic yet profound, unsettled her. The silence was no longer a void, but a veil one she must pierce with her own insight and will. Days folded into nights as Kayla wrestled with the storm raging inside her. The fate market buzzed beneath the city like a living beast, its pulse a chaotic rhythm of greed, fear, and hope. But the silence of the divine had dulled even the sharpest voices. No longer could she lean on the certainty of visions. Now, her every step was a gamble on intuition and trust. One evening, under a sky swollen with dark clouds threatening rain, Kayla climbed to the rooftop overlooking the sprawling fate market. The usual cacophony of haggling voices and clinking coins was muted, swallowed by the gathering storm. She closed her eyes, breathing in the chill air, reaching inward for the spark of clarity. In the quiet, she felt the fragile threads of destiny, delicate, frayed, but still present, woven through her very being. The silence was not emptiness, but a call to courage, to move forward without promise, to shape the future by will rather than words. Opening her eyes to the storm-darkened horizon, Kayla's resolve solidified. She would no longer be bound by past mistakes or the silence of faded prophecies. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to choose. And with that choice, the storm within her began to calm, replaced by the fragile hope of a dawn not yet written. Yet, even as determination settled in her bones, a shadow of doubt lingered. How long before the silence returned? And when it did, would she be ready to face the storm alone? The fate market awaited, and so did the Prophecy Island, dangerous and waiting to be reclaimed. The night deepened, and Kayla stood firm against the gathering tempest, ready to embrace the unknown. The chill of the evening seeped into my bones as I stepped into the cramped chamber hidden beneath the market's restless heart. Ira was already there, her fiery hair a beacon amid the shadows, eyes sharp and unyielding as ever. The room smelled of dust and old parchment, scattered maps and cryptic symbols strewn across the worn wooden table. We whispered, voices low but urgent, weaving plans from threads of information and fragile hope. Malrek tightens his grip. Ira's voice was steady, but I caught the edge of worry beneath. The auction draws near, and his faction moves like shadows, closing ranks. We don't have much time. I nodded, running a hand through my braid. feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. The prophecy, once a promise of clarity, now a harbinger of chaos, was the fulcrum on which our fate teetered. "We need every ally we can trust," I whispered, "and every piece of information." The door creaked softly, and Joran slipped inside, his lean frame hunched against the cold. His hood shadowed his features, but his eyes gleamed with urgency. "They're mobilizing faster than we thought," he murmured, pressing a folded scrap of paper into my palm. "Malrek's men intercepted a courier carrying news of our movements. We're exposed." A knot tightened in my stomach. The fate market was a living beast, its pulse quickening with whispered betrayals and shifting loyalties. Yet we had no choice but to press forward. "Ira, ready the others. Joran, keep your ears open any movement, any shift in the market, and tell me immediately." That night, I sought Master Orin's counsel. His chamber was a sanctuary of silence, lit only by flickering candles that cast long shadows against ancient scrolls and faded tapestries. The elder seer sat beneath a towering window, his silver hair catching the moonlight like a halo. His eyes, clouded by age but sharp with wisdom, met mine without judgment. "The silence of the divine grows heavier," he said softly, voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Fate itself holds its breath, waiting for the moment to speak or to remain forever mute." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling deep inside me. What must I do? How do I face a future that might not answer? He placed a frail hand over mine. "You carry a burden not just of prophecy, but of choice. Remember, Kayla, fate is not merely a chain to bind us, but a key to unlock what lies beyond. Courage will be your lantern in the gathering shadow." The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Allies gathered quietly, old friends, cautious acquaintances, those who still believed in the fragile promise I represented. We mapped out strategies, rehearsed contingencies, and steeled ourselves for the storm we knew was coming. On the eve of the confrontation, I stood atop a rooftop overlooking the sprawling city. The labyrinth of lights flickered like distant stars. The markets hum a distant heartbeat beneath the night's embrace. Wind tugged at my braid, whispering secrets I could almost hear but not yet understand. I closed my eyes, summoning the resolve that had carried me through exile and despair. The prophecy was not just a thing to be reclaimed, was a destiny to be rewritten. Whatever the cost, I would face Malrek and the darkness he sought to unleash. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, I felt the weight of the gathering shadow and the fragile promise of dawn intertwined. The battle for fate's soul was about to begin, and I would be ready. But in the depths of my mind, a question lingered, sharper than any blade. Was courage enough to defy a destiny already written in shadows? The answer awaited me in the storm ahead, where hope and despair would collide, and the fragile threads of tomorrow would be stretched to their breaking point. I took a deep breath, turned from the cityscape, and descended into the night ready to face whatever darkness came next. The air inside the dim chamber was thick, weighted with the scent of aged parchment and the quiet rustling of stolen documents spread before us. Flickering candlelight cast long shadows that danced like restless spirits across the cracked stone walls. I sat hunched over the table, my storm-grey eyes scanning the intricate lines of script and the cryptic symbols that only I could decipher. Ira stood close by, her fiery red hair a vivid flame against the muted gloom, her green eyes sharp and alert as she watched the door. "They're tightening their net," Ira whispered, her voice low but urgent. "Malrek's faction is moving faster than we thought. We need to act before the next auction." I nodded, swallowing the lump of dread that pressed against my throat. The prophecy, the first one sold, the one that had shattered my life and nearly unraveled the kingdom, was now a pawn in a dangerous game of power, greed, and ambition. Every faction in the fate market coveted it, but none so fiercely as Lord Malrek Davon. His scarred jaw and cold eyes haunted my thoughts, a reminder of what was at stake. The documents before us hinted at the next auction's location and a roster of key players. Mira, the broker, with her silken layers of shadow and light, was due to attend. She was a paradox, profit-driven, yet oddly bound by a conscience that made her a reluctant ally. I had to find her before Malrek's agents did. Ira's sharp gaze caught mine. We'll need to move swiftly. The market's pulse is quickening. The threads of fate are tightening around us. Moving through the labyrinthine corridors of the fate market was like threading a needle through a storm. Whispers of deals and broken promises brushed past us like the cold drafts that snuck in through cracked windows. Every face I passed was a mask, some friendly, many dangerous. The market was a living thing, pulsing with the hopes and fears of those who traded in futures. Finding Myra was no easy task. She was ensconced in a private parlor, surrounded by silks and shadows that seemed to shimmer with unspoken secrets. Her sharp features softened only slightly when she saw me, but her eyes remained cautious. "Kayla," she greeted, voice smooth yet edged with wariness. "I heard rumors you were planning to disrupt the auction. Dangerous, even for you." I met her gaze steadily. The prophecy must be reclaimed. If it falls into Malrek's hands, it will mean ruin, not just for me, but for all of us. Myra's lips pressed into a thin line. "And what makes you think I want to help?" "Because you know as well as I do that the market cannot survive another disaster," I said. "Not if it destroys the fragile balance we've all come to depend on." A tense silence stretched between us before she finally nodded. "Very well, but we do this my way." Outside, the city's breath hung heavy in the cold night air. In a shadowed alley, Joran waited, his lean form barely visible beneath the tattered cloak that had long been his armor against the world. His eyes, sharp and darting, flicked nervously as I approached. "Trouble's coming," he whispered. "Malrek's men are watching the auction's perimeter. They've got spies everywhere. You're not just risking the prophecy, you're risking your life." I clenched my fists, the weight of my past mistakes pressing down harder than ever. But there was no turning back. The threads of fate were fraying, and only I could try to weave them back together. As dawn crept over the horizon, I found myself atop the stone steps overlooking the fate market. The fog clung stubbornly to the cobblestones, but the first light pierced the gloom, casting a fragile glow that promised possibility. I breathed deeply, the cold air filling my lungs with a sharp clarity. This was the edge of everything, the precipice where hope and despair met. I was no longer the broken oracle cast out by fate. I was the storm before the calm, the flicker of light in the shadowed future. Whatever lay ahead, I would face it with eyes wide open, ready to reclaim not just a prophecy, but my voice and my future. The market stirred below, alive with whispers and secrets. And somewhere in the shifting crowd, Malrek's eyes searched for me. The game was set. The fate of the world balanced precariously on the edge of a knife, and I was ready to tip the scales. The candlelight flickered unevenly, casting tall, wavering shadows against the ancient stone walls of the chamber where Kayla sat. Eyes closed, seeking a glimpse beyond the oppressive silence that had settled over her world. The room was a sanctuary of old knowledge, cramped space lined with tomes that smelled of dust and forgotten truths, their spines creaking softly as the night air stirred through a cracked window. Outside, the muted hum of the fate market pulsed faintly, like an unseen heartbeat of a realm teetering on the edge of chaos. Keller's breath slowed, her mind reaching out through the silence that had fallen over the divine. For weeks now, the voices that once whispered futures and warnings had gone mute. The prophecy she had sold, that devastating thread of fate woven by her own hand, now belonged to others. It was a knife pointed at the fragile balance of the world, and yet no celestial voice guided her steps or offered solace. The silence was deafening. Her fingers twitched, tracing faint cryptic symbols in the dust gathered at her feet. Each mark was a fragment of hope, a desperate attempt to clarify the tangled web of possibility. But within her chest, a storm raged, a tempest of guilt, fear, and an aching hope that perhaps, just perhaps, the future was not wholly written. Was the weight of destiny truly unbreakable, or could a fractured future be mended with courage and sacrifice? The sudden sharp rustle of paper shattered the fragile stillness. Ira Thane burst through the worn wooden door, her fiery red hair a blazing beacon against the dim room. Her green eyes flickered with urgency as she brandished a folded scrap of parchment, breath ragged from hurried steps. "Kayla," she gasped, voice low but fierce, "the auction ends sooner than we thought. The prophecy will be traded again within days." Keller's eyes opened, storm-grey orbs glinting with renewed focus. The tangible threat crystallized before her. "We must be ready," she whispered, voice hoarse but resolute. "Every moment lost brings us closer to disaster." Ira's gaze softened briefly, a flicker of the fierce loyalty that had carried them through countless perils. "I'll gather what allies I can. But Kayla, this path, it's darker than before." The weight of those words settled heavily. Kayla knew the cost of this journey was more than the mere risk of failure. It might demand the sacrifice of everything she held dear. The thought tightened her chest, but it also steeled her resolve. A slow, deliberate creak heralded the arrival of Master Orin. The elder seer appeared in the doorway, his silver hair catching the candlelight like threads of starlight. His eyes, clouded by the weight of years and sorrow, fixed on Kayla with a mixture of sympathy and warning. "You tread a dangerous path, child," he intoned, voice gravelly yet steady. "To alter fate is to wrestle with the very fabric of existence. Every thread pulled unravels others. Beware the price you may pay." Kayla rose, steady despite the tremors running through her. "And yet, Master, if I do nothing, the world will fall into ruin. I cannot stand idle, even if the cost is my own future." Orin's gaze softened, but the shadow behind it deepened. "Then steel your heart. The silence you feel is not absence, it is the waiting breath before the storm. You must decide what you are willing to lose to reclaim what was broken." That night, Kayla found herself on a rooftop, overlooking the sprawling city beneath a bruised twilight sky. The fate market sprawled like a living entity below, its chaos humming with the promise of both destruction and salvation. The murmur of distant crowds and the clinking of coins echoed against the cool air, but inside her, a quiet resolve took root. The fractures within her future mirrored those of the kingdom, broken threads waiting to be rewoven. She knew the path ahead would demand sacrifices, perhaps even the echoes of her own identity. But as the first stars pierced the darkening sky, Keller's heart beat with a fierce determination. The future was fractured, yes, but not yet undone. And in that fragile hope lay the beginning of a new fate. The night stretched long, and with it Keller's thoughts spiraled deeper. Memories of her past mistakes clawed at her resolve, each one a ghost whispering doubt. She recalled the faces lost to the war her prophecy had ignited. The kingdoms fractured, and the trust shattered like glass. Yet beneath the weight of guilt, a stubborn ember of hope refused to die. Ira's presence was her anchor, the fiery-haired companion who had risen from the slums to navigate the treacherous underbelly of the fate market, was a living testament to resilience. Together, they pored over scraps of information, piecing together fragments of a strategy to intercept the auction. Every coded message, every whispered rumor, was a thread in the tapestry they sought to unravel. Master Orin's cryptic lessons echoed in her mind as well. The divine silence was not mere absence, but a challenger call to trust in oneself when the heavens offered no guidance. Kayla grappled with that truth, realizing that her role was not to be a mere vessel for prophecy, but an agent of change. Yet the question gnawed at her relentlessly. Could she carry the burden of rewriting destiny without becoming lost in its shadows? Would the sacrifices demanded be too great? This fracturing of her future was not only external but internal, a battle for her very soul. As dawn crept over the horizon, painting the city in hues of gold and rose, Kayla knew the road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. But the fractured future was no longer a prison, it was a crucible. And from its fires, she would forge a new path. The stale air of the underground chamber hung heavy with the scent of damp stone and burning torches. Kayla Varys stood motionless, her storm-grey eyes fixed on the figure before her. Lord Malrek Davon, tall and imposing, loomed like a shadow cast by ambition itself. His scarred jaw tightened as he spoke, his voice cold and measured. Around him, a small assembly of his followers waited in silence, the flickering firelight casting jagged shadows that danced across their faces. "The fate market will bend to order," Malrek declared, his gaze sweeping the room with an unyielding certainty. "Chaos breeds weakness. Only through control can the realm survive the coming storm." Kayla's heart tightened. She had known ambition could be a double-edged sword, but witnessing it wielded so ruthlessly was a sting that cut deeper than any prophecy she had ever uttered. This was no mere political maneuver. This was a purge of dissent, a calculated march to absolute dominion. Ira's hurried footsteps echoed down the stone corridor as she burst into the chamber moments later. Her fiery red hair disheveled, and her green eyes wide with urgency. Bruises marked her pale skin, evidence of a recent scuffle. "Kayla," she gasped, clutching a folded parchment. "Malrek's reach extends further than we feared. An entire family, innocent and unarmed, was destroyed today for refusing to swear loyalty. The market's underbelly bleeds with their silence." The words hit Kayla like a physical blow. She gripped the wooden pillar beside her, the rough grain grounding her amidst the storm of emotions swirling inside her. How many more must suffer? She whispered, the weight of her own past mistakes pressing down. Jorin, the street informant, appeared then, his lean frame blending into the shadows. "There's more," he murmured, his voice grim. "Burned homes, families torn apart, all in Malrek's name." Keller's mind raced. Every fragment of information painted a darker mosaic of Malrek's center web, woven with cruelty and fear. Her mission had never felt more perilous. Later, in the ornate auction hall where the fate market's power plays unfolded like a deadly game of chess, Kayla confronted Malrek directly. The room buzzed with whispered speculation, a sea of finely dressed nobles and shadowed figures, each poised to claim futures as commodities. Their eyes locked across the crowded floor, the years of pain and betrayal simmering beneath the surface. "You play with lives as if they were mere tokens," Kayla accused, her voice steady despite the storm raging within. Malrek's cold smile was a blade. "And what would you have me do? Let chaos reign. There is power in order, Kayla. power you once wielded but now fear to grasp. The tension was palpable, a fragile thread stretched taut between them. Around them, the murmurs grew louder, the spectators sensing the impending clash. When the meeting adjourned, Joran guided Kayla through winding alleyways to a ruined quarter of the city. The devastation was raw and unmistakable, charred remains of homes, displaced families huddled in makeshift shelters, and the haunting silence of lives uprooted. Kayla knelt beside a small child clutching a tattered doll. The innocence lost was a cruel reminder of the stakes. "This is the true price of power," she said softly, her voice breaking the quiet night. "Not just the futures we sell, but the lives sacrificed in the shadows." Ira placed a steady hand on her shoulder. "We fight not just for prophecy, but for those who cannot." Kayla nodded, the haunted desperation in her chest mingling with a fragile hope. Her resolve crystallized, not just to reclaim the prophecy, but to confront the darkness that ambition had cast upon their world. But with each step she took against Malrek's tide, the dangers multiplied. The noose tightened, and the cost of defiance loomed ever larger. Yet within the weight of sacrifice lay the faintest glimmer of redemption, if only she could seize it before all was lost. As the chapter closed, Keller's gaze lifted to the distant horizon, where shadow and light intertwined. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril and moral quandaries. Yet the courage to face the cost of power was the first step toward reclaiming a future not written in darkness, but forged by her own hand. The fate market awaited, its pulse quickening with each passing moment, and Kayla Varys was ready to meet it, come what may. The chamber was steeped in shadows cast by flickering candlelight, the air thick with the scent of aged parchment and faint smoke curling from a low burning brazier. Kayla Varys stood at the center, her storm-grey eyes flicking across the ancient scrolls spread before her on the oak table. The walls themselves seemed to hum with whispered secrets, covered in faded tapestries embroidered with symbols older than the kingdom itself. Here, in this secluded sanctuary far from the chaos of the fate market, she sought answers that had eluded her for years. Irathane stood by the heavy wooden door, her fiery hair aflame against the dimness, green eyes sharp and watchful. The distant murmurs of the market beyond were muted, but their presence was a constant reminder of the world Kayla had once been part of, and the corruption that now festered within it. This place was different quiet, steeped in the weight of history and loss. Master Orin sat opposite Kayla, his silver hair soft in the candlelight, and eyes clouded but piercing with wisdom. His voice was low and deliberate, each word measured as if carrying the gravity of the ages. "The fate market, as it stands, is not a creation of mere mortal greed," he began, his gaze steady. "It is the consequence of a breach of humanity reaching beyond its place, grasping at the threads of destiny itself." Keller's fingers traced the edges of a scroll, its ink faded but the symbols still sharp in her mind. "Explain," she urged, her voice barely above a whisper. Orin nodded, leaning forward. "Long ago, before the rise of kingdoms and the commodification of futures, prophecy was sacred. The divine spoke through chosen seers, their voices clear and unbroken. But as mankind's ambition grew, so did their desire to control fate, to bend it to their will. The fate market was born from that desire, a place where futures could be bought, sold, and traded as commodities." Ira's eyes narrowed at this, but that tampering, it must have consequences. "Indeed," Orin replied gravely. "The divine silence, the absence of clear prophetic voices, is the direct result. The gods withdrew their guidance, silenced by the hubris of mortals. Prophecies became fragmented, unreliable, and subject to manipulation. The market thrives on this silence, feeding on uncertainty and fear. Keller's heart tightened. This truth was both a revelation and a burden. The silence she had so often felt, the void where divine insight should have been, was no accident, but a wound inflicted by human hands. "Is there a way to restore the balance?" Kayla asked, desperation threading her voice. Oren's eyes held a flicker of hope. "The path is perilous. It requires more than knowledge. It demands courage to face the consequences of undoing what was done. The threads of fate are tangled, and to unravel one is to risk unraveling all." As the hours unfolded, Oren recounted legends of the first breach between divine will and mortal ambition, of seers who had once walked the realms of spirit and flesh, and the sacrifices made to keep prophecy pure. Kayla listened, absorbing every word, her mind weaving these fragments into a tapestry of understanding. Ira shifted beside her, the practical side of Kayla's nature anchoring her to the present. "We have to use this knowledge," she said firmly. "The factions controlling the fate market won't want this uncovered. They'll fight to keep the silence intact." Kayla nodded, feeling the weight of the truth settle over her like a mantle. The prophecy she had sold, the one that shattered her life, was but a single thread in a vast web of lost destinies and hidden agendas. When dawn's first light seeped through the chamber's narrow window, Kayla rose, her resolve tempered by the revelations. Stepping into the twilight outside, the chaotic glow of the fate market flickered in the distance like a restless flame. The silence of the divine was no longer a mystery, but a call to action. She would confront the shadows beneath the veil, not just to reclaim a prophecy, but to restore the fragile balance between fate and free will. The path ahead was uncertain, cloaked in darkness and danger, but Kayla Veres was no longer the broken oracle of the past. She was a beacon of hope, and the dawn awaited her courage. Yet, as she moved forward, a cold whisper of doubt lingered at the edges of her mind. How much of the past could truly be undone, and at what cost? The silence was deep, and the fate market thrummed with secrets that could unravel more than destinies. They could shatter the very world she sought to save. But in that uncertain moment, beneath the veil of shadows and ancient truths, Kayla chose to believe, to fight, to hope. The dim glow of lanterns cast long shadows over the cramped room where Kayla sat, her storm-grey eyes narrowing as the murmur of voices ebbed and flowed around her. The fate market was a labyrinth of secrets, alliances, and betrayals, and tonight, the threads were tangled tighter than ever. Ira leaned close, her red hair catching the flicker of firelight as she whispered, "Mira says she can get us a lead on the next auction, but I don't fully trust her." Keller's fingers absently traced the worn edge of a piece of parchment, the cryptic symbols she'd sketched absent-mindedly all evening. "Trust is a luxury we can't afford," she said softly, "but neither is isolation." Myra, seated across from them, met Keller's gaze with a cool, calculating look. Her sharp features were framed by a cascade of dark hair, and the subtle shimmer of expensive fabric marked her as someone who thrived within the market's intricate dance of power. "I am no fool," Myra said smoothly. "My interests align with yours for now. We both want to keep the prophecy out of Malrek's hands." Kayla studied her carefully. The broker's words were carefully measured, but beneath the politeness lay a current of something else, self-preservation, perhaps, or ambition veiled thinly by diplomacy. "What's your price?" Kayla asked, her voice low but steady. Before Myra could answer, a shadow moved near the doorway. Joran slipped inside, his wiry frame tense, eyes darting nervously. "We don't have much time," he hissed. "Malrek's agents are closing in on the next auction. The prophecy will change hands soon, and they're planning something worse than before." The room's atmosphere shifted instantly, the warmth replaced by a chill that cut deeper than the night air outside. Kayla rose, her braid falling loose around her shoulders as she paced. "We need allies, Ariel, allies if we're going to stop this." Ira stepped forward. "I can reach out to some of the old contacts, those who haven't sold their souls to the market's corruption, but we have to be careful. Every move we make is watched." As the conversation deepened, Keller's mind raced through the possibilities. The fate market was a web of shifting loyalties. Today's ally could be tomorrow's enemy. She remembered her past mistakes, the prophecy she'd sold that had shattered kingdoms and turned friends into foes. The weight of that history pressed down, but beneath it, a fragile hope glimmered. She could rewrite this story if she could discern truth from deception. Later, beneath the pale glow of moonlight in a hidden garden tucked away from prying eyes, Kayla met with Ira. The night was alive with the rustling of leaves and far-off city sounds, an eerie symphony that underscored their precarious position. "We're close," Ira said, voice barely above a whisper. "But the market's pulse quickens. Malrek won't let this go without a fight." Kayla nodded, the cold night air sharpening her resolve. "Then we must be ready. Not just to fight, but to outthink him." The garden's shadows seemed to close in around them. But Kayla felt a flicker of light within an ember of determination she hadn't known she still carried. The road ahead was perilous, tangled with deception and danger, but she was no longer the broken oracle she once was. The fate of the prophecy, and perhaps the world itself, depended on her ability to navigate this treacherous path. As dawn approached, Keller's thoughts turned to the fragile alliances she'd forged and the enemies lurking in the shadows. Trust would be her greatest weapon and her greatest risk. The coming days would test everything she believed about fate, loyalty, and her own capacity for redemption. And when the moment came, she would have to face the truth that sometimes the only way to save the future was to embrace the uncertainty of the present. The market's game was far from over. The dance of shadows and light continued, and Kayla was ready to stake everything on the next move. The candle's dim glow flickered against the cracked walls of the small chamber, casting dancing shadows that seemed to mimic the turmoil within me. Storm-grey eyes traced the cryptic symbols. I absent-mindedly sketched onto the worn parchment before each curve and line a silent echo of the futures I once claimed to see, now tangled in regret and silence. The weight of my past mistakes pressed heavily on my chest, a relentless reminder of the prophecy I sold that shattered kingdoms and fractured lives. For so long, I had worn my guilt like a shackle, binding me to a despair I thought inescapable. A sharp knock at the door fractured the stillness. "Kayla," came Ira's voice, laced with impatience and concern. "You can't keep hiding like this. The fate market won't wait while you drown in sorrow." I didn't answer immediately, fingers tracing the faded symbols once more. What if I'm still the same failed oracle? What if the future I tried to change is already written in blood? The door creaked open, and Ira stepped inside, her fiery hair aflame against the dim room. "That's exactly why you have to stop blaming yourself. Flaws don't make you weak, they make you human. And that's where your true strength lies." Her words struck a chord, but the knot of doubt remained tangled in my heart. Ira's pragmatic resolve was both a comfort and a challenge. How do you carry hope when every step feels like walking deeper into shadows? She stepped closer, her green eyes fierce yet tender, because hope is the only light left in this market of whispers and greed. Without it, we're lost. Later, under the twilight sky in the quiet sanctuary of a secluded garden, I found myself face to face with Master Orin. The elder seer's silver hair shimmered in the fading light, his eyes clouded with age but sharp with wisdom. His voice was soft, yet every word carried weight. "Chains bind many, Kayla," he said, "but broken chains can become the strongest links. To accept your flaws is not to surrender, but to find the courage to forge a new path." I listened, the parable settling deep within me like a seed waiting to grow. The divine silence that had haunted me began to feel less like abandonment and more like a space to breathe, to question, and to choose anew. As night fell, Ira, Master Orin, and I stood at the edge of the Fate Market's labyrinthian streets. The air thrummed with the muted cacophony of whispered deals, shifting shadows, and unseen eyes. But amid the chaos, a quiet resolve took root within me. No longer would I be defined solely by the prophecy that had doomed me. The chains of guilt were breaking, and with them the first threads of hope. "The future is not set," I whispered to myself, voice steady. "It is a web we weave with every choice." Ira smiled, her sharp wit softened by genuine warmth. "Then let's start weaving." And as the market's pulse quickened in the darkness, so too did my determination. The road ahead would be perilous, but for the first time in a long while, I was ready to walk it not as a broken oracle, but as one who embraced her flawed humanity and the power it held. The chains that had once bound me were shattered, and with their breaking came the promise of a future unshackled, fragile yet fiercely alive. The air in the Fate Market was electric, thick with murmurs that rolled like distant thunder over the cobblestones and beneath the patchwork of tents and awnings. Kayla Varys moved through the crowd like a shadow, her storm-grey eyes sharp and wary, absorbing every flicker of movement, every whispered word. Around her, the market pulsed with life, the clatter of coins, the rustle of parchment, the low hum of traders and bidders, sizing each other up in a dance as old as the kingdom itself. Here, fate was not a gift bestowed by gods, but a commodity, bought and sold amid greed and silence. Beside her, Ira Thane kept pace, nimble and alert as ever. The scent of spiced incense mingled with the less savory aromas of sweat and smoke, creating a heady atmosphere that clung to Keller's senses. They wove through clusters of figures, some cloaked in shadows, others draped in finery that spoke to their wealth and influence. Keller's fingers brushed absent-mindedly over the cryptic symbols Shed sketched moments before, a nervous habit she hadn't lost despite years of exile. "The market's heartbeat quickens," Ira murmured, her voice low but steady. "Whispers say the auction will draw more eyes than ever before. Malrek's faction tightens its grip. They're not just bidding, they're strategizing." Kayla nodded, her jaw tightening. The prophecy she once sold, the one that had shattered her life and sparked the war, was again the prize at the center of this maelstrom. Its power was a double-edged sword, and she knew the cost of losing it to those who sought to bend fate to their will. Their path took them to a dimly lit tavern nestled between two towering stone buildings, its windows glowing amber against the creeping dusk. Inside, the murmur of voices was punctuated by the clink of tankards and the scrape of chairs. In a shadowed corner, Joran waited, his wiry frame hunched over a scarred wooden table. His eyes flicked up as Kayla approached, sharp and wary. "Got something for you?" he whispered, sliding a folded note across the table. The paper was thin, almost translucent, but the ink was bold and clear, details of the auction's timing and the key players involved. Malrek's men are moving faster than we thought. The council's turning a blind eye. Kayla folded the note carefully, the weight of urgency pressing on her chest. "We'll need every advantage," she said, voice tight with resolve. "Thank you, Joran." Outside, the market's shadows deepened, and Keller's thoughts turned to Myra, the prophecy broker who balanced profit and conscience with a delicate grace. Later that evening, beneath flickering lanterns, swaying in the gentle night breeze, Myra met with shadowy figures whose faces were obscured by hoods and veils. Her conversation was a dance of subtlety and steel, her words weaving trust and suspicion in equal measure. Kayla watched from a distance, noting the tension in Myra's posture and the careful calculation in every phrase. "The market's pulse is quickening," Myra confided quietly when they met later. "There's a storm coming, Kayla. We'll need to be sharper than ever." Keller's gaze drifted upward as she climbed to a rooftop overlooking the sprawling market below. The last light of day painted the tents and stalls in fiery shades of orange and crimson, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like living things. The hum of the crowd rose faintly, a distant symphony of anticipation and dread. Alone with the wind whispering through her loose braid, Kayla steadied her breath. The prophecy was out there, pulsing with peril and promise. The threads of fate stretched taut, threatening to snap or bind forever. But she would not let her story end in silence or despair, not this time. As the shadows lengthened and the first stars blinked awake, Kayla felt the weight of the moment settle deep within her bones. The market's pulse was hers to feel, to follow, and to challenge. The coming days would test every ounce of her intuition, courage, and hope. And when the auction bell rang, the world itself might hold its breath. But whatever the cost, Kayla Varys was ready to face the storm. The low murmur of voices and the scent of damp would fill the cramped tavern backroom where Kayla sat hunched over a spread of faded parchments and hastily scrawled notes. Her storm-grey eyes, usually so penetrating, now flickered with the uncertain light of a single candle, its flame trembling in the draught that slipped through the cracked window. Around her, the shadows danced, as if alive with secrets waiting to be unearthed. Ira leaned in beside her, the fiery strands of her hair catching the candlelight, her sharp green eyes scanning the same documents with a mix of frustration and urgency. "They're not just stirring unrest," she whispered, voice taut. "This is deliberate. Someone's weaving a story to turn the city against us, against all seers." Keller's fingers traced a sequence of symbols and coded phrases, the meaning slowly crystallizing in her mind. "It's a campaign," she said softly, the weight of the realization pressing down like a suffocating fog. "Fear-mongering to fracture trust in prophecy, to make seers into scapegoats. If this spreads, it will cripple any chance we have to reclaim the prophesy and perhaps more." Outside, the city's heartbeat pulsed faintly through the walls, a mixture of clanging smithies' distant shouts and the ever-present rustle of the fate market's awakening. The market itself was a sprawling beast, a labyrinth of whispered deals and veiled threats, where futures were bought and sold like common coin. But today, the stakes felt higher than ever. Ira straightened, her jaw set. "We need to find who's behind this, Kayla. If we don't, the public will turn completely, and Malrek's faction will have free reign." Kayla nodded, the old guilt tightening her chest, but tempered by a fragile hope. "We start with Joe. He's still plugged into the market's undercurrents." Later that day, they slipped into a narrow alley thick with the stench of refuse and the chatter of merchants hawking late wares. Joran emerged from the shadows, his ragged cloak blending seamlessly with the grimy walls. His eyes darted nervously between the two women, the weight of past debts and old loyalties hanging in the air. "You asked for news," he muttered, glancing over his shoulder before pulling Kayla aside. "There's talk. Not just from traders, but from people who've never cared about prophecy before. They're afraid, scared of seers turning fate against them. It's been pushed hard. By who?" Ira's voice cut through the dimness. Joran hesitated, swallowing hard. No clear face yet, but the whispers trace back to a faction within the Market One that thrives on chaos and control. They're planting stories, stirring riots in the districts. Keller's mind raced. Every step she took seemed to pull her deeper into a web woven with greed and fear. "We have to stop this before it ignites. The people need to remember that prophecy isn't a weapon, it's a guide." Their next move led them to the marble-paneled auction hall, a place where wealth and ambition mingled beneath glittering chandeliers. Here, Myra waited her poised elegance, a stark contrast to the grime of the streets. The broker's sharp eyes flickered with cautious calculation as Kayla approached. "I hear unsettling things," Kayla said quietly. "Stories designed to turn the city's trust away from seers." Myra's lips pressed into a thin line. "You're not wrong. There are those who profit from chaos, and they sow distrust like seeds in fertile soil. But their reach is vast, and their methods subtle. We need an ally like you," Kayla pressed. "Someone who understands the market's pulse and can help us navigate these treacherous waters." A faint smile ghosted across Myra's face, but it held no warmth. "An uneasy alliance, then. But be warned, trust is a currency more volatile than prophecy." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fading gold, Kayla and Ira found themselves atop the city walls. Below, the sprawling fate market throbbed with life, the intertwined shadows and light of countless ambitions and secrets. Kayla breathed in the cool evening air, a fragile hope kindling within her. "We're not alone in this fight," she said softly. Ira nodded, her hand resting firm on Keller's shoulder. "The market's heart still beats, and as long as it does, there's a chance to change its rhythm." But as the darkness deepened, so did the knowledge that the path ahead was shadowed by unseen enemies and impossible choices. Somewhere within the market's depths, the architects of fear watched, waiting for the moment to strike. Keller's storm-grey eyes narrowed, the weight of lost destinies pressing heavy, yet her resolve burned brighter than ever. The battle to reclaim prophesied the future had only just begun. "Tomorrow," she whispered to the night, "we take back the light from the shadows." The city held its breath, caught between despair and hope, as the fragile threads of fate began to weave anew. The air in Master Orin's chamber was thick with the scent of aged parchment, dried herbs, and a faint trace of incense smoke that curled lazily toward the low ceiling. This was a sanctum removed from the chaos of the fate market, a place where the echoes of ancient wisdom lingered like whispers in the shadows. Kayla Varys hesitated at the threshold, her storm-grey eyes adjusting to the dim candlelight that danced over stacks of crumbling tomes and cryptic scrolls. The weight of silence pressed against her, heavier than any prophecy she had ever uttered. Here, in this hallowed space, she sought answers not from the voices that had abandoned her, but from the one mentor who had never ceased to speak in riddles and truths. Master Orin sat hunched over a wooden table scarred by time, his fingers tracing cryptic symbols etched into a fine layer of dust. His silver hair fell in wisps around his gaunt face, and his eyes, clouded by age yet piercing in their depth, met Keller's with a mixture of warmth and solemn warning. "You come seeking guidance, Kayla. Yet the silence you hear is as ancient as the stars. It is not absence, but presence in a different form. Kayla swallowed hard. The silence, it feels like abandonment, as if the gods have turned away, leaving us to stumble in darkness. How can I reclaim a future when the very voices that once guided me are mute? Orin's gaze softened, and with slow deliberation, he spoke. The silence is not a void, but a veil test woven into the fabric of fate itself. Prophecy is never merely a message delivered. It is a mirror held up to those who seek it. The divine speaks not always in words, but in the spaces between them. The silence demands that we listen differently. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper that trembled with the weight of countless years. Consider this, Kayla. The future is not a path preordained, but a tapestry ever rewoven by the choices we make. The silence is not the gods' absence, but their invitation to step beyond the written word and forge destiny with our own hands. The room seemed to shrink around her as Kayla absorbed this paradox. The prophecy she had sold, the one that had shattered kingdoms and stained her name, was not merely a curse etched in stone, but a challenge to confront the silence, to wield the uncertainty not as a chain but as a key. Master Orin gestured toward a narrow window where the first pale light of dawn pierced the gloom, casting long, trembling shadows across the floor. You stand at the edge of a new understanding. The silence you dread is the space where free will breathes. It is the crucible in which your true power will be tested, not the power to foresee, but the courage to choose. Kella's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of her worn cloak, a symbol of her fall and her fragile hope. She felt the weight of her mistakes, the sting of lost trust, but beneath it all, a flicker of resolve sparked to life. The divine silence was no longer a void to fear, but a canvas on which she might paint a future unbound. Then I must trust the silence, Kayla murmured, and trust myself. The prophecy is not my sentence, it is my burden and my chance. Orin nodded, a faint smile breaking the lines carved by time. Exactly. And remember, Kayla, that fate is not a chain, but a thread. It can bind, but it can also be woven anew. As the dawn light grew stronger, filling the chamber with gentle warmth, Kayla felt something shift within her, her fragile hope born not from certainty, but from acceptance. The silence of the gods was no longer a final verdict, but an unanswered question, beckoning her forward into the unknown. Outside, the world awaited, teetering on the brink of change, and Kayla Varys, once a fallen oracle, was ready to step into the silence and rewrite the story of fate itself. Yet, even as she left the chamber, a lingering thought gnawed at her mind. If the divine remains silent, how much of fate is truly set, and how much can be shaped by mortal hands? The answer, she knew, would come not from prophecy, but from the choices she dared to make. The echoes of silence had spoken, and Kayla had listened. The city's heart pulsed beneath us as Ira and I stood atop the ancient battlements, the last rays of the setting sun melting into the horizon like spilled blood. Below, lanterns bloomed like fireflies caught in a jar, flickering against the encroaching night and the murmurs of the fate market's restless tide. The air was sharp with the scent of smoke and wet stone, carrying whispers of deals struck in shadow and the heavy weight of futures bartered like coin. I drew my cloak tighter, feeling the chill seep through the fabric, but my storm-grey eyes remained fixed on the glowing market below. This was the moment when all currents converged, the time when every choice, every step would cascade into the unforgiving river of destiny. Ira's presence beside me was a steady anchor, Her fiery hair caught the dying light, a vivid blaze against the muted stone. She spoke softly, her voice a thread of calm in the charged atmosphere. "They'll be ready, Kayla. But so are we." I nodded, though the knot in my stomach tightened. The auction was hours away, but the storm had already gathered. The prophecy, the first one sold, was no longer a mere whisper on the wind. It was a catalyst, a volatile spark in the hands of those who would see the world remade in shadow. Our first move was to seek out Joran. His network of eyes and ears had been invaluable since I returned to this fractured city. The tavern where we met was thick with smoke and the scent of spilled ale, a den of half-truths and sharp glances. Joran slid into the booth, his lean frame hunched like a predator ready to spring. Malrex tightening his grip, he murmured, voice low enough to vanish beneath the tavern's clamor. "He's moved key players into position, guards loyal to him, watchers in every corner. The auction won't just be a sale, it'll be a battlefield." I absorbed the news, the weight of it settling like stone in my chest. Malrek Daventoul, cold, his scar, a jagged line of past violence, loomed over the fate market like a spectre. His ruthless ambition was no secret. His desire to wield the prophecy's power was a fire consuming everything in its path. Yet beneath his icy exterior lay a fractured soul, driven by loss and a desperate need to control what fate had denied him. Back in my sparse chamber, I traced the worn edges of a faded scroll, the cryptic symbols a faint echo of my once precise craft. The market bells tolled in the distance, on unyielding reminder that the hour was near. As the silence of the divine pressed down upon me, I wrestled with the tension coiling beneath my ribs, the fear of failure, the memory of catastrophe, and the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, I could reclaim the future. Ira's words broke through my spiraling thoughts. "We have one chance to turn the tide, Kayla. We must be ready to face Malrek, not just with steel or cunning, but with every shard of our resolve." The night deepened, and the city around us seemed to hold its breath. As I prepared for battle, not just against Malrek, but against the weight of lost destinies, understood that this gathering storm was more than an impending clash. It was the crucible where fate would be forged anew, and I, Kayla Varys, would stand at its center. No longer a broken oracle, but the hope that flickered stubbornly in the gathering dark. The chamber was cloaked in shadow, the faint glow of a single candle casting dancing shapes over the walls lined with ancient texts and peeling frescoes. Kayla Varys sat hunched over a worn wooden table, fingers tracing the curling edges of a parchment inscribed with symbols only she fully understood. Outside, the distant cacophony of the fate market voices shouting, coins clinking, whispers darting like startled birds drifted faintly through the cracked window. But within these stone walls, an oppressive silence settled, heavier than any she had known. She breathed in slowly, her storm-grey eyes reflecting the flickering flame as she wrestled with the weight of the choices before her. The prophecy, the one she had sold, the one that had unleashed chaos, loomed like a spectre. Its threads tangled with the fate of the kingdom and her own shattered soul. To intervene was perilous. To abstain might mean the unraveling of all she had sworn to protect. Her thoughts were a tempest, memories of past failures crashing against the fragile hope that still flickered within her. The faces of those lost in the war, triggered by that prophecy, haunted her nights, and the silence of the divine mocked her prayers. Was fate a chain binding her to ruin, or a key that she could wield to forge a new path? A sudden, sharp knock tore through her reverie. The door creaked open, and Ira Thane slipped inside, her fiery red hair ablaze in the dim light. Her green eyes burned with urgency as she closed the door behind her. "Kayla," Liora whispered, voice taut with urgency. The market shifts beneath our feet. Malrek's faction tightens its grip, but cracks are forming in their alliance. I've heard whispersome traders question his endgame. We have a chance, if we act now. Kayla looked up, the fierce determination in Ira's gaze kindling a spark within her own heart. And the prophecy, set to be auctioned within days, Ira replied. The stakes have never been higher. The weight of impending doom pressed down anew. As the hours passed, the room grew colder, the candle's flames sputtering against the chill. A soft, deliberate step at the threshold drew Keela's attention. Master Orin entered, his silver hair catching the light like a halo, eyes clouded but piercing. You wrestle with the silence, he murmured, settling into a worn chair. No, this the gods do not always speak. Sometimes their silence is a gift, a space for mortals to write their own destinies. Keller's gaze met his, searching for certainty in his cryptic words. Is fate truly unchangeable? Must the first remain a prisoner to the prophecy the first one sold? Orin's eyes twinkled with a quiet fire. Chains are forged by belief. Break them, and you reshape the future. But the breaking demands courage and sacrifice. Later, in the twisting alleys behind the market, Kayla met Myra, the prophecy broker whose sharp eyes missed nothing. Myra's deft negotiation with shadowy buyers laid bare the tangled web of power, greed, and desperation that pulsed beneath the market's surface. The prophecy is more than a curse, Myra said, voice low. It's a commodity, a weapon. Whoever holds it can dictate the fate of nations. Kayla nodded, resolve hardening. Then I must be the one to hold it. Not as a pawn, but as a guardian. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but the oracle's heart beat steady beneath the storm of doubt. Between the echoes of past failures and the fragile hope of redemption, Kayla chose to seize the reins of destiny, stepping forward into the uncertain dawn. The auction loomed, the silent promise of fate waiting to be challenged. And Kayla, once broken and cast aside, prepared to rewrite the future not as a prisoner of prophecy, but as its master. Her choice was made, the path was set, the price of free will would soon be paid in full, and the world would never be the same. The candle flickered again, its light steady now, as if mirroring the newfound certainty in Keller's eyes. Outside, the fate market pulsed with life, a tempest of voices and shadows. Within her chest, a quiet storm raged, the clash of fear and hope, despair and courage. The first step had been taken. The rest awaited her. The chamber was cloaked in shadows, the flicker of torchlight barely illuminating the heavy stone walls. Kayla stepped inside quietly, her boots silent against the cold floor. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, a faint hint of sandalwood and something darker, almost metallic, lingering in the corners. At the far end, a tall figure stood, his silhouette sharp against the dim light. Lord Malrek Davon, the very name still sent a chill through her veins. His cold eyes met hers instantly, unblinking and calculating. The scar trailing down his jawline seemed more pronounced in the firelight, a cruel testimony to battles fought both outside and within. Kayla, he said, voice low and rough, yet threaded with something almost mournful. You've come far to face me again. She swallowed the lump in her throat, but held her gaze steady. I'm here to end this, Malrek, to reclaim what was lost, the prophecy, our futures. A bitter smile twisted his lips. Our futures, he echoed, emphasizing the word as if tasting its weight for the first time. Do you truly believe you can untangle what fate has already woven? Keller's fingers twitched, the familiar itch of unseen threads pulling beneath her skin. I don't believe in chains, only in keys. Malrek's eyes narrowed. You always were the idealist. But this prophecy, it's more than words on parchment. It is power. Power to reshape the world, to forge order from chaos. She took a slow breath, trying to steady the storm inside her, or to bring ruin. He stepped forward, the torchlight casting long shadows behind him. You don't understand. When my family was destroyed by that prophecy, I swore I would control destiny itself. No more blind obedience to fate. No more silence from the divine. Kayla felt a pang of sympathy, bitter and raw. And yet, in your quest to control it, you've become what you hate most, a slave to ambition. A harsh laugh escaped him, perhaps, but someone must bear the burden. Someone must wield the sword. The tension in the room thickened until it felt almost suffocating. Kayla glanced to the side, where Ira stood quietly, eyes sharp and ready. Her presence was a steady anchor in the swirling storm. Malrek's hand brushed over a small, ancient talisman hanging at his neck, the symbol of the prophecy they both sought. Do you know why the prophecy calls to us so? Because our fates are intertwined. You and I, bound together by threads we cannot sever. Keller's heart pounded fiercely, the truth settling like ice in her veins. Then it's not just about power, it's about choice. He met her gaze, a flicker of something almost human breaking through the mask of ambition. Choice, he whispered, or sacrifice. The room seemed to pulse with energy as the prophecy's power stirred between them, invisible yet undeniable. Kayla felt the fragile threads of fate twist and writhe, pulling her toward an impossible decision. If I reclaim the prophecy, she said slowly, I must decide what future I'm willing to risk mine. Yours or the world's. Malrek's eyes darkened. Then choose wisely, Kayla varies. For the price of destiny is steep, and the consequences eternal. A sudden crack echoed through the chamber as the air shimmered, the unseen forces around them reacting to the weight of their confrontation. Keller's resolve hardened. This was no longer a battle of power, but a reckoning of intertwined fates and fractured souls. I will rewrite the future, she declared, voice steady despite the storm raging inside. Not because I'm unafraid, but because I refuse to be defined by the past. Malrek's expression faltered for a fleeting moment, before steel returned to his gaze. Then, let this be our final act, the prophecy's true purpose revealed. As the chamber filled with a blinding light, Kayla braced herself. The moment of truth had come. The fragile balance of their destinies, and the world hung perilously in the balance. And in that searing instant, nothing would ever be the same again. The confrontation between Kayla and Malrek was a crucible of emotions and revelations. Every word spoken peeled back layers of their shared past, exposing wounds both old and fresh. The prophecy, once a simple contract sold in greed, had become a living entity, a force that bound them together in ways neither fully understood. As the tension ebbed and flowed like a storm-tossed sea, Kayla found herself wrestling not only with Malrek's ambition, but with her own fears. The path she chose now would determine the fate of countless lives and the fragile threads of destiny itself. In the dimming light of the chamber, a silence settled like a shroud. Kayla realized that fate was not a chain to bind her, but a key to unlock a future yet unwritten. And with that realization came a fragile hope, the first glimmer of dawn after a long, haunted night. But the question remained, could she wield that key without shattering everything she sought to protect? The answer, she knew, would come in the battles yet to come. The chamber was suffused with a dim, flickering glow cast from a single candle, its flame trembling as if mirroring the turmoil within Kayla's heart. She sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, her slender fingers tracing absent patterns on the worn fabric of her cloak. Storm-grey eyes, once so certain and bright, now flickered with shadows of doubt and desperation. The silence was almost suffocating. The only sounds were the faint crackle of the candle and the distant, muffled hum of the fate market beyond these walls. Here, in the solitude forced upon her by exile, Kayla wrestled with the impossible choice laid bare before her. The prophecy she had sold, the very same that had shattered her world and fractured the kingdom, was poised to ignite a cataclysm, and she alone held the key to halting its terrible unfolding. Yet the price was unimaginably steep. To reclaim the prophecy and alter its course, she would have to sacrifice her own future. The very essence of her being, the threads of destiny that wove her identity, might unravel in the process. Her thoughts spiraled back to the moment she first glimpsed this grim truth. The realization had struck like a blade, cold and unyielding. She recalled the cryptic counsel of Master Orin, his silver hair a halo in the dim light, his aged eyes clouded but piercing as he spoke of fate's fragile balance and the silence from the divine. Sometimes, he had said, the price of salvation is the surrender of what we hold most dear. Kayla's breath hitched in the still air. That surrender felt like the death of her soul. A sudden knock shattered the quiet. The door creaked open, and Ira stepped inside, her fiery hair a vivid flame against the gloom. Her piercing green eyes searched Keller's face with unwavering loyalty and fierce determination. "You can't carry this alone," Ira said softly, closing the distance between them and resting a steady hand on Keller's shoulder. "We'll face it together." Kayla looked up, meeting her companion's gaze. In that moment, the weight of despair wavered, replaced by a fragile thread of hope. Ira's presence was a reminder that even in this darkness, she was not alone. Later, the confrontation came swiftly. In the shadowed depths of an abandoned courtyard, Kayla faced Lord Malrek Davon. The tall noble's cold, calculating eyes gleamed with ruthless ambition, the scar tracing his jaw a stark contrast to his polished, dark attire. His voice was low, laced with menace and conviction. "You still cling to hope, Kayla," he sneered. "But fate is not kind to those who resist its course. The prophecy will reshape the world under my rule. You cannot stop what is destined." Keller's jaw clenched. "Fate is a chain you choose to wear, Malrek, or a key you dare to turn." Words hung heavy between them, charged with the collision of ideals and shattered dreams. The stakes could not be clearer: surrender the prophecy or face annihilation. As dawn crept over the city's rooftops, painting the horizon with hues of gold and rose, Kayla stood alone at the precipice. The cool morning air whispered promises and threats alike. Below, the fate market stirred, unaware of the storm about to break. Her heart thundered as she made her silent vow. To save the world, she would embrace sacrifice, not as defeat, but as the courage to rewrite destiny. Though shadows clung to her, the fragile light of hope glimmered brighter than ever. This was her burden, her choice, her redemption, and the future was hers to claim. The chamber was cloaked in shadows, torchlight flickering against stone walls that had witnessed countless secret dealings and whispered betrayals. Kayla Varys stepped forward, her breath steady despite the storm of emotions swirling within. Across from her stood Lord Malrek Davon, tall and imposing, his cold eyes narrowing as they fixed on her with a mixture of disdain and grudging respect. Between them lay the ancient scroll, the prophecy she had once sold and lost, now folded into Malrek's grasp like a prize he was loath to relinquish. "You come here seeking what you lost." Malrek's voice was low, laced with accusation and challenge. But the prophecy is mine now. It is the key to the future. I will forge a future where chaos is ended, and I reign supreme. What makes you think you can take it back? Keller's storm-grey eyes met his, calm but burning with a fierce determination. Because the future is not yours to command, she said quietly. Prophecy is not a weapon for ambition, but a thread connecting us all. And I am still its keeper, no matter what you believe. The tension between them was palpable. The air seemed to pulse with the weight of unspoken truths and the heavy burden of fate itself. Keller's fingers brushed nervously against the edge of the scroll. Memories of her fall from grace flickered through her mind. The war sparked by that prophecy, the shattered kingdom, the faces of those lost. For a moment, doubt threatened to overwhelm her, but she pushed it aside like a shadow at dawn. Behind her, she heard the quiet presence of Ira and Jorin, their silent support a balm against the cold isolation of this confrontation. Ira's fiery hair caught the torchlight, her green eyes sharp and vigilant, while Jorin's lean figure was tense with readiness, a reminder that this battle was not hers alone. You hesitate, Malrek taunted, stepping closer, his scarred jaw tight. Afraid the past will repeat itself. Afraid you cannot change what's already been written. Kayla inhaled deeply, feeling the prophecy's ancient power thrumming beneath her fingertips. Fate is not a chain, she said, voice steady now, but a key. And I hold it still. With a swift motion, she grasped the scroll, feeling the brittle parchment warm in her hands. The room seemed to shift, the silence stretching like a taut wire before snapping. Malrek's eyes flashed with rage and desperation as he lunged, but Kayla was already moving, her intuition sharp, her resolve unbreakable. Words became weapons and shields as they clashed in a battle of wills, each trying to bend the prophecy to their vision. Kayla summoned every lesson learned, the cryptic guidance of Master Orin, the loyalty of Ira and Jorin, the painful truths of her own past. She spoke not just with voice, but with the quiet power of understanding, unraveling Malrek's grasp on the prophecy's meaning. At last, with a final surge of strength and clarity, Kayla reclaimed the scroll fully, holding it aloft like a beacon in the dark. The air shimmered, a subtle but unmistakable shift, as if fate itself had paused to acknowledge her claim. Malrek recoiled, defeated but not broken, his eyes dark with the promise of future conflict. Kayla did not gloat. Instead, she folded the prophecy carefully, a fragile hope blooming within her chest. This was more than a victory, it was a rebirth. The future is not set, she whispered, more to herself than to anyone else. It is ours to write. As she turned away from the chamber, the weight of the past began to lift, replaced by the tentative promise of renewal. Her voice, once silenced by failure, now rang clear and strong. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with dangers and shadows. But Kayla Varys was no longer a prisoner of destiny, she was its author. Outside, Ira and Jorin greeted her with nods of respect and relief. Together, they stepped back into the swirling currents of the fate market, ready to face whatever came next. The air was thick with a stillness that felt both unnatural and promising as I stood atop the ridge overlooking the city. Below, the capital stretched out like a living tapestry, its spires and rooftops drenched in the soft glow of dawn. The wariness that usually clung to the streets seemed to have lifted, replaced by something more tentative, a fragile hope that whispered of change. I breathed deeply, the cool morning air filling my lungs, carrying faint scents of damp earth and blooming jasmine from the gardens below. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the world was not trembling on the edge of disaster. Behind me, the ragged edges of the fate market stirred to life. The shadows that had once seemed so permanent now felt less like chains and more like the remnants of a storm slowly passing. Ira was already waiting at the base of the hill, her fiery hair catching the light as she paced, restless but resolute. When I descended to meet her, her sharp green eyes held a rare softness. "It's happening," she said quietly, her voice laced with disbelief and hope. "The prophecy isn't unraveling the world, it's healing it." We moved through the winding alleys beneath the market's towering structures, entering the chamber where Master Orin had taken refuge. The dim light flickered against the ancient stone walls, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with the uncertainty of what was to come. Orin sat near the hearth, his silver hair catching the firelight, eyes clouded but clear with purpose. He gestured for me to sit beside him, his presence a steady anchor in the swirling chaos. "The silence of the divine has begun to wane," he murmured, his voice a fragile thread in the quiet room. "What you have done, Kayla, has shifted the currents of fate. The threads are not severed, but rewoven. The future is no longer dictated by prophecy alone, but by the courage to choose differently." His words settled over me like a bomb, yet the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on my shoulders. Redemption was no longer a distant dream, but an urgent mandate. I was not merely an oracle who predicted fate. I was now a guardian of possibility. Outside, Joran weaved through the market's bustling heart, carrying tidings of subtle transformations. The factions that had once vied for dominance now hesitated, their ambitions tempered by the emerging new order. Whispers of peace and reform fluttered through the streets like tentative wings, fragile but persistent. Back in the chamber, Ira and I pored over reports and messages, piecing together the mosaic of change. Each fragment told a story of a world cautiously stepping away from the brink. Yet, beneath the surface, old wounds and mistrust remained, reminders that the path ahead would not be without peril. As the day wore on, I felt the stirring of a new purpose within me. The prophecy I had once sold, the one that had brought ruin, was no longer a chain but a key to unlock a future shaped by choice rather than fate. The silence that had haunted me was no longer an absence but a space for new voices, including my own, to rise. Nightfall brought a gathering beneath the open sky, where allies and tentative friends came together. Their faces were etched with the scars of loss and the glimmers of hope. We spoke quietly of rebuilding, of protecting the delicate balance we had fought so hard to restore. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was ours to walk. As I looked up at the stars, their pale light filtering through the dark velvet of night, I felt a fragile promise take root within me. The future was unbound, no longer written in shadows cast by past mistakes, but illuminated by the courage to face what lay ahead. This was not the end of my story, but the beginning of a new chapter, one where hope and redemption intertwined, where fate was a thread to be woven, not a chain to be broken. The world was shifting beneath my feet, and I was ready to lead it into the dawn. But even as the silence lifted, the question lingered in my mind: how long could this fragile hope endure before the shadows returned? The answer, like the future itself, was yet unwritten. The chill of early morning clung to the air as I approached the familiar yet distant silhouette of my childhood home. The ancient willow tree stood sentinel, its leaves whispering with the breeze, shadows stretching long and thin across the worn path. Every step I took toward that threshold was a step through a labyrinth of memories, some tender, many fractured by years of silence and regret. My heart thudded unevenly a chaotic rhythm against the steady pulse of the waking world. I paused beneath the willow's boughs, the late afternoon sun casting a golden haze that softened the edges of my doubts. The air smelled faintly of earth and rain, grounding me in a moment far removed from the turmoil of the fate market and the heavy weight of prophecies sold and lost. Here, I was not an oracle, not a pariah, but a daughter returning to a past I had long avoided. The door creaked open before I could knock, and there she stood, my mother, her eyes cautious, yet shimmering with a fragile hope. The years etched delicately into her features had softened the sharp lines I remembered from my youth. For a moment, the silence stretched, filled only by the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a crow. Then, slowly, she stepped aside, a silent invitation to cross the threshold. Inside, the house held the scent of aged wood and fading memories. We sat opposite one another, the space between us heavy with unspoken apologies and tentative forgiveness. Words faltered at first, like fragile threads struggling to weave a new tapestry from the tattered remnants of our past. Yet, as sunlight waned to twilight, a quiet understanding blossomed, a shared recognition that while the past could not be rewritten, the future remained a canvas, yet untouched. In the days that followed, I sought counsel not from the faded scrolls or whispered prophecies, but from within. Master Orin's words echoed in my mind. The silence of the divine is not absence, but invitation. Trust what you carry inside, Kayla. The future is not etched in stone, but shaped by the courage to choose. Meeting him in his modest chamber, surrounded by relics of a time before the fate market's corruption, I found solace in his steady gaze and cryptic guidance. His presence was a balm to the wounds carved by betrayal and loss, a reminder that wisdom often dwells in silence and that strength arises from embracing uncertainty. Alongside me, Era remained an unwavering beacon, a flame of loyalty and fierce pragmatism. Our rare moments of laughter amidst the tense negotiations to reform the fate market breathed life into weary bones. Her fiery hair and piercing green eyes mirrored my own storm-grey gaze, a silent testament to resilience forged in the crucible of hardship. Together, we navigated the shifting currents of power and greed, pushing for a future where prophecies would no longer be commodities but sacred gifts to guide rather than enslave. The road was perilous, strewn with threats, cloaked in smiles and alliances as fragile as glass. Yet with each step, I felt the chains of my past loosen, replaced by a growing conviction that destiny was a thread I could weave anew. One dawn, as the first light spilled over the city skyline, I stood atop the hill overlooking the waking streets. The fragile threads of destiny shimmered faintly before me, no longer shackles but strands of possibility. The silence of the divine lingered not as an ending, but as a quiet promise of mysteries yet to unfold. In that moment, I embraced the uncertainty, the pain, and the hope intertwined within me. I was no longer merely a victim of fate's cruel design, but a woman reclaiming her voice, ready to face a future unbound by prophecy's shadow. The new dawn was not just the breaking of day, but the awakening of choice, courage, and the fragile, unyielding light of hope. Yet, as the city stirred to life below, a question lingered at the edge of my thoughts. How long could this fragile balance hold in a world still hungry for control? The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in years, I walked it not with dread, but with resolve. The threads were mine to weave, and the story was far from over. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood as I stood before the familiar, yet foreign, threshold of my childhood home. The years away had carved lines in the once gleaming doorframe, and the faded paint whispered stories of neglect and endurance. My heart thudded unevenly, a mix of dread and fragile hope knotting my insides. The world outside had been a tempest chaos spun from my own failures, and the prophecy I'd sold like a cursed relic. Yet here I was, seeking the warmth of ties I had long severed. The door creaked open, revealing my mother's silhouette framed by golden candlelight. Her eyes, sharp and wary as ever, scanned me with the weight of unspoken grievances and years of silence. The silver threads woven through her dark hair caught the light, softening her stern features just enough to remind me of the woman who had once cradled me through nightmares and dreams alike. "Kayla," she said, voice trembling between reprimand and relief. "You've come back." Words caught in my throat as I nodded, stepping inside the dim hallway where memories clung like dust motes. The scent of dried lavender and herbs her constant companions filled the space, a balm to the raw ache of estrangement. I hadn't expected forgiveness, only a chance to begin. Before long, I found myself in the flickering glow of the hearth, where my younger brother awaited his presence, a tentative bridge to a past I had almost abandoned. His clear blue eyes held questions and cautious welcome, and when he smiled, it was as if the sun had broken through a long winter's cloud. "It's been too long," he admitted quietly. "Too long," I echoed, feeling the weight of every lost year settle between us. But reconciliation was not a gift freely given. It was a fragile thread we both had to weave anew. We spoke in halting truths and shared silences, unearthing the fractures time had deepened but not shattered. In that room, warmed by firelight and fragile hope, I began to reclaim parts of myself I thought forever lost. Yet, even as the night softened old wounds, the world beyond my family's doorstep remained a tempest. The fate market churned with whispers and shadows, and I was not alone in facing its storms. In a dim corner of a bustling tavern, I met with Ira and Joran, my steadfast allies in this treacherous dance. Their faces, etched by hardship and resolve, reflected the grim reality of our mission. "The auction draws near," Ira murmured, her green eyes sharp beneath a hood. Malrek's grip tightens. Joran leaned in, voice low but urgent. "There's talk of new players, mercenaries, spies. The market's pulse quickens." Together, we pored over scraps of information and half-truths, weaving a tapestry of plans and contingencies. The murmur of the tavern was a low hum beneath our whispered strategies, a reminder that every move we made rippled through unseen channels. But, amidst the scheming and shadows, moments of quiet light found me. One afternoon, by the riverbank where sunlight danced on rippling water, my younger brother and I shared a tentative laugh. The breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and fresh earth, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of prophecy and peril lifted. "You always were stubborn," he teased, nudging me gently. "But maybe that's what we need." I smiled, the warmth of that fragile bond anchoring me. Perhaps yet, as dusk settled and the world grew silent, I found myself alone in my chambers. The worn edges of a faded family portrait caught my fingers as I traced the faces of those I'd once held dear. The silence was heavy, an echo of the divine quiet that had shadowed my path, but also comforting in its constancy. In that solitude, I understood that unseen bonds tethered me still to past mistakes, to those I loved, and to a future uncertain but not unshaped. These connections, fragile yet unyielding, would be the foundation upon which I would rebuild not only my life but the fate of a world teetering on the edge. Tomorrow, the auction would come, and with it, the promise of confrontation and choice. But tonight, I allowed myself a breath, a moment to gather strength from the ties I had dared to mend. The road ahead was daunting, but no longer would I walk it alone. Unseen bonds, once broken and buried, were now threads of hope weaving through the tapestry of my destiny. And in that hope, I found the courage to face the shadows yet to come. As the candle's flame flickered low, a single thought anchored my restless mind. The future was not written in stone, but in the hands of those brave enough to grasp the pen, and I would be one of them. The night deepened, and outside my window the city whispered its secrets. Somewhere in the twisting alleys and hidden chambers of the fate market, the wheels of destiny turned, inexorable yet malleable. I lay awake, listening to the silence that spoke louder than any prophecy, feeling the unseen bonds that tethered me to both past and future. Tomorrow, the dance would continue, but tonight I was home at least in Parton. That was a beginning. The threads were fragile, yes, but they were mine to weave, and I would not let them unravel. The future awaited, uncertain and unbound, and I was ready to face it whatever shadows it might cast. The wind swept across the hilltop, carrying with it the faint scent of rain and the distant murmur of the waking city beneath. Kayla Very stood solitary, the weight of the world pressing softly against her shoulders as the last light of day bled into twilight. Her storm-grey eyes traced the delicate web of streets and spires, each thread a story, a future, a fragile possibility hanging in balance. The orange glow painted her face in hues of fire and shadow, mirroring the turmoil within. For a long moment, she simply breathed, the silence around her a balm after the cacophony of the fate market's machinations. This was a rare respite, one she both craved and feared. Rest was a luxury she had long been denied, and yet in this quiet hour, the truth of her journey settled like dust on ancient stone. Hope was not a gift granted by prophecy or divine decree. It was a choice. Her thoughts drifted to Master Orin, the elder seer whose cryptic lessons had haunted her dreams and guided her steps. His voice, low and resonant, echoed within her mind. Hope is a fragile flame, Kayla. It does not burn without fuel. It requires tending, even in the darkest night. Those words had felt like a riddle then, but now, standing here, they were a call to arms of a different kind. Behind her, footsteps approached light, purposeful. Ira Thane emerged from the shadows, her fiery red hair ablaze against the dimming sky. The fierce green in her eyes was tempered with a rare softness as she joined Kayla at the edge of the hill. "You've been out here a long time," Ira said, voice low but steady. "The market's stirring. There's talk of unrest, but also something else, a flicker of change." Kayla nodded, turning to face her companion. "Change is a thread we must weave carefully. Hope without action is just wishful thinking. But with it, we might yet hold the future in our hands." Ira smiled faintly, the tension in her posture easing. "Then we keep tending that flame, together." Their conversation was brief, but charged with unspoken promises. Plans formed quietly between them, alliances to fortify, secrets to unearth, battles both political and personal to be fought. The fate market was a living beast, its pulse erratic but not yet broken. Within its shadows and glittering halls, hope flickered not as a naive dream, but as a determined force, stubborn and resilient. Later, in the hush of her chamber, Kayla lit a single candle. The flame danced and stretched, casting warm light over the cryptic symbols she had sketched absent-mindedly earlier. She cupped her hands around it, feeling the heat, the life within. Master Orin's final lesson came to her again, not just words, but a living truth. The silence of the divine was not emptiness, but a space to fill with choice, courage, and care. Outside, the city began to stir in earnest. The fate market streets buzzed with a new energy, wary but hopeful. Faces once shadowed by fear now bore tentative smiles. Whispers carried not just greed, but the promise of something different. Kayla sensed the shifting tides and the fragile dawn of possibility. Though the future remained unwritten and the shadows long, Kayla Varys stood ready, not as a broken oracle defined by past mistakes, but as a guardian of what could still be. The echoes of hope were faint, but they were there, resounding in every quiet act of courage, every thread of destiny she sought to protect. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Kayla turned from the window, her resolve crystallizing like the morning frost. The path ahead would be wrought with peril and sacrifice, but it was hers to walk, and with hope as her guide, she would face whatever shadows lurked in the coming days. With a final glance at the flickering flame, she whispered into the silence, "This time, I will not let fate write me down without a fight." The fragile threads of tomorrow trembled, but they held, and so did she. The markets would awaken soon. The auctions would continue. The dance of prophecy and power would never cease. But somewhere deep inside, a new story was beginning, one written not in shadows of despair, but in the light of hope reclaimed. Keller's story was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. The chamber was steeped in shadows, flickering candlelight casting wavering shapes upon cracked stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, mingling with the faint musk of aged parchment and worn wood. Kayla sat cross-legged opposite Master Orin, her storm-grey eyes fixed on the elder seer's lined face, where years of wisdom and sorrow mingled in equal measure. The silence between them was profound, a tangible force pressing in, yet it was not empty rather. It was a silence pregnant with meaning. Master Orin's voice finally broke the quiet, low and gravelly, carrying the weight of decades. "Kayla, the silence you have feared is not a void, but a crucible. The divine does not speak in words for us to cling to, but in silence for us to create meaning from." Keller's brow furrowed, the familiar ache of uncertainty stirring within her. "But Master, if the divine is silent, how do we choose? How do we know which thread to follow when all futures are veiled?" The old seer smiled faintly, a gesture both sad and serene. "The silence is not absence, but invitation. It is the space where free will and fate entwine. You have learned that prophecy is not a chain, but a key, and now you must forge your own path with it." She absorbed his words, feeling the tension within her ease just slightly. The burden of past mistakes, the crushing weight of lost destinies, had long held her captive. Yet here, in this quiet chamber, a new understanding began to take root. The silence she had once interpreted as divine abandonment was, in truth, a sacred portion, opening for her to reclaim her voice and agency. Master Orin reached out, his frail hand resting briefly over hers. "I have given you what guidance I could, but the rest lies with you. Remember, the future is not written in stone, nor in shadows, but in the courage to face the unknown." As the first pale light of dawn crept through the narrow window, Kayla rose. The quiet promise of morning whispered through the air, carrying with it a fragile hope. She stepped outside into the cool embrace of daybreak, the sky painted in hues of soft pink and gold. The world was still waking, wrapped in silence and possibility. She knelt on the dew-laden earth, fingers tracing a new symbol in the dirt, a mark of renewal and determination. The lines were imperfect, but they pulsed with purpose. Around her, the leaves rustled softly in a sudden breeze, nature's quiet applause to her rebirth. In that moment, Kayla felt the heavy chains of her past fall away, replaced by a steady flame of resolve. The silence of the divine was no longer a void to fear, but a canvas upon which she would paint the future. She was no longer the broken oracle haunted by failure. She was a guardian of fate, a beacon of fragile hope amid shadows. Behind her, Master Orin watched with a cryptic smile, his eyes reflecting both sorrow for what had been lost and hope for what might yet be. Their journey was far from over, but Kayla was ready. The silent promise was hers to keep, and with it, the courage to face whatever tomorrows awaited. The faint stirrings of the fate market echoed in the distance, a reminder of the world she was bound to protect. But now, she would walk its twisting paths, not as a victim of prophecy, but as its master, weaving destiny with every choice she made. And as the sun rose higher, casting light on the fragile threads of fate, Kayla Varys stepped forward into the unknown, unbound and unafraid, ready to write the future in shadows and hope alike. The silence lingered, but it was no longer empty. It was a promise. The underground chamber was cold, the stone walls pressing in with the weight of centuries, but the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow that softened the edges of the shadows. Around the worn wooden table, Kayla Varys sat with her closest allies, Vera Thane, Master Orin, and Jorin. The air was thick with anticipation, mingled with the scent of beeswax and damp earth. Maps covered in symbols and cryptic markings lay spread before them, evidence of the complex and dangerous web they sought to untangle. Kayla's storm-grey eyes scanned the sprawling Fate Markets districts etched into parchment, each sector humming with secret deals and whispered futures. Her fingers traced a line connecting the most volatile auctions, the places where the precious fragile prophecies changed hands, and where corruption festered like a slow poison. If we can establish a network of watchers' trusted eyes and ears, we might tip the scales. Kayla said softly, her voice carrying the weight of hard-won conviction. The fate market cannot fall back into chaos. Not after all we've sacrificed. Ira leaned forward, her fiery hair catching the candlelight, eyes sharp and resolute. Trust is a currency almost as rare as the prophecies themselves. But I've spent years navigating these twisted alleys. I know who can be counted, unarmed, who cannot. We'll need to be ruthless. Master Orin, seated quietly by the wall, nodded slowly, his silver hair falling across his forehead. His eyes, clouded with age yet piercing, held a depth of sorrow and wisdom. The silence of the divine has left us adrift, he murmured, but our actions can still shape the currents. Fate may be written, but the bearer of the pen is not always clear. Jorin shifted in his seat, his lean frame tense. I've gathered rumors of shadow factions moving against us. They see this new coalition as a threat. We must act swiftly. Keller's gaze hardened. Then we prepare. We guard the market, not just with words, but with presence. We become the shield for futures yet unwritten. The days that followed were a whirlwind of covert meetings and delicate negotiations. Ira's sharp wit and streetwise pragmatism proved invaluable as she parleyed with wary market insiders, balancing threats with promises of reform. Each conversation was a dance on a razor's edge, the risk of betrayal never far from her mind. Yet, with each alliance forged, the coalition's strength grew. One evening, as dusk settled over the city, Master Orin called Kayla aside. They stood by a tall window in his secluded chamber, overlooking the restless streets below. The fading light cast long shadows, and a profound silence enveloped them. You carry a heavy burden, Orin said softly. The silence is not absence, but a space for choice. Remember, Kayla, that the future is not a prison, but a canvas. Kayla nodded, the weight of his words settling deep within her. I will not let the past define me, nor will I allow fear to dictate our path. At dawn, Kayla stood on a balcony overlooking the fate market. The mists curled like whispers around the stalls as the first light of day painted the sky in soft hues of amber and rose. The market stirred awake, alive with possibility and danger intertwined. She breathed deeply, the crisp morning air filling her lungs. The fragile pulse of hope beat steadily within her chest. This was not the end, but a beginning, a chance to rewrite the narrative, not just for herself, but for all who depended on the delicate threads of destiny. Yet, beneath the quiet promise of dawn, Kayla knew the battle for the fate market soul was far from over. Shadows lingered, and enemies watched from the edges. The price of guarding fate was high, but it was a price she was willing to pay. As the market came alive below, Kayla's resolve steeled. The guardians of fate had been called, and she would lead them into the uncertain light ahead. We are not just survivors of prophecy, she whispered to the waking world. We are its keepers. The path forward was fraught with peril, but for the first time in many moons, Kayla felt the stirrings of hope, fragile, yes, but real. And in that hope lay the power to face whatever shadows the future might bring. The fate market awaited, and Kayla Veres was ready to defend it with everything she had left. But as the sun rose higher, a faint chill brushed the air, a reminder that the forces opposing her would not rest. The coming days would test her courage, her alliances, and the very limits of her strength. And in that crucible, the true measure of a guardian would be revealed. The rain came softly at first, a gentle tapping on the cobblestones that lined the narrow street. I paused before the modest stone house, the faint amber light behind curtained windows flickering like a heartbeat in the cold night. My breath clouded the air in front of me, each exhale a fragile thread weaving me back to a past I thought I had lost forever. The years of silence hung heavy between us, but tonight I dared to hope. I had come to this place not as the royal seer once revered, but as a broken woman seeking the unseen bonds that could anchor me to something real again. The world I had known, the fate market with its endless auctions of futures, had nearly swallowed me whole. Yet here, beneath the weight of a fractured past, I searched for a thread of connection, a lifeline. The door creaked open before I could knock, and there she stood, my mother. Her face showed the map of years etched in soft lines, her silver-streaked dark hair catching the flicker of the lantern light. Her eyes, cautious yet open, met mine, and in that moment, the years of estrangement seemed to falter. "Kayla," she said, voice tentative yet steady. "Mother," I replied, voice barely above a whisper. Inside, the warmth of the hearth was a balm to the chill that had settled in my bones. We sat close together, the firelight casting dancing shadows against the walls, as years of silence broke in trembling words. I told her of the market's darkness, the prophecy I had sold, and the ruin it had wrought. She listened, her hands folded tightly in her lap, a well of unspoken pain and understanding filling the room. Outside, the world wedded dangerous and uncertain, but here, in this quiet room, I found a fragile hope I hadn't dared to claim before. Elsewhere in the city, the pulse of the fate market throbbed beneath the veneer of civility. In a dimly lit tavern, Ira and Jorin huddled at a corner table cluttered with empty tankards. The low murmur of patrons and the clinking of glass filled the air. But their focus was sharp, their eyes darting toward the door as they exchanged whispered fragments of information. "The next auction is set for the crescent moon," Jorin murmured, voice barely audible. "Malrek's faction is tightening its grip." Ira's jaw clenched, fiery red hair catching the flicker of candlelight. We'll need every ally we can find. Keller's reaching out to her family that might just tip the balance. Their cautious determination was a counterpoint to the isolation I had felt for so long. With old friends like Ira and Joran by my side, the maze of the fate market seemed less impenetrable. Days later, a chance encounter in a rain-slick alley brought me face to face with Silas. His tall frame was shadowed beneath a soaked cloak, the dim light reflecting off the wet stones beneath our feet. His dark eyes held that same calculating edge, but there was something new, unspoken respect beneath the tension. "You're stirring things again," he said, voice low, edged with warning. "I'm trying to fix what was broken," I answered, meeting his gaze without flinching. "Beware that fixing doesn't become breaking," he cautioned, before slipping into the night. The rivalry between us was far from over, but beneath it lay the possibility of something more, perhaps, even forgiveness. As the threads of my past began to weave anew, I realized the unseen bonds were not just between blood and old friendships, but between hope and courage, fear and resolve. Each connection was a stitch in the fabric of a future I could help shape, not by prophecy alone, but by the strength of those who stood with me. The road ahead was uncertain, shadowed by the machinations of Malrek and the ever-watchful fate market. Yet, as I stepped back into the night, the weight on my shoulders felt lighter. I was no longer alone. The fragile threads of destiny are woven in silence, but their strength lies in the unseen bonds we dare to trust. And now, more than ever, I was ready to face what came next. The night settled around the city like a breath held in anticipation. Somewhere beyond the walls of stone and firelight, the fate market's wheels turned relentlessly. But here, in the quiet heart of a rekindled connection, a new chapter began, one written not just in shadows, but in the light of hope. I would not let the past define me. I would not be a prisoner of fate's silent decree. I was Curator, once lost, now finding my way back through the unseen bonds that hold us all. And this was only the beginning. The rain had stopped by dawn, leaving the streets glistening with a fragile sheen. I lingered by the threshold of my mother's home, a fleeting smile touching my lips as I felt the warmth of belonging seep into my bones. I had taken the first step toward mending what was broken, and with every bond rekindled, the fate market's shadows seemed just a little less daunting. Tomorrow, the battles would resume. But tonight, I held on to the fragile promise of unseen bonds threads, strong enough to bind a broken world together, and I would need them all. The morning light fell unevenly across the sprawling expanse of the fate market, casting long, flickering shadows between the stalls and auction platforms where destinies were bartered like common goods. The air was thick with a mix of anticipation and suspicion, a palpable tension that seemed to pulse with every whispered negotiation and every furtive glance. At the heart of this ever-shifting chaos stood Curator, her storm-grey eyes surveying the scene with a quiet intensity that belied the storm she was about to unleash. The hall where the central auctions were held was unlike any other place in the kingdom, a cavernous space that echoed with the clamour of voices, the scrape of feet against stone, and the occasional sharp crack of a gavel sealing a fateful deal. Today, however, Kayla was not here as a passive observer or a desperate shadow lurking in the corners. Today she was a force of change, a beacon of fragile hope amid the corruption that had long strangled the market's soul. As the crowd settled, a hush fell over the room. Kayla stepped forward, her presence commanding attention not through arrogance, but through the weight of her story and the undeniable truth in her words. "This market," she began, her voice steady and clear, "has long been a place where greed overshadows destiny, where the sacred trust of prophecy is traded like a mere coin. She paused, letting the silence stretch, drawing the eyes of noble buyers, shrewd brokers, and wary oracles alike. But it need not be so. We stand at the crossroads of fate and choice. It is time for transparency, for ethics, and for a market that honors the fragile threads that bind our futures. Murmurs rippled through the audience, some skeptical, others hopeful. The proposition was radical, a challenge to the entrenched powers who had thrived in the shadows. Kayla outlined her vision, clear records of prophetic sales, protections against exploitation, and a council of seers and traders tasked with oversight. It was a blueprint for reform that many had whispered about, but none dared voice aloud. Outside the hall, the market's labyrinthine corridors pulsed with renewed energy. Ira Thane moved like a shadow among the stalls, her fiery red hair a beacon of fierce loyalty and pragmatism. She negotiated with brokers and buyers, her sharp wit cutting through the skepticism like a blade. "Change is a hard bargain," she told a hesitant trader, "but it's the only one worth making." Her steady eyes met his, unyielding and true, and slowly, resistance gave way to tentative agreement. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber away from the bustle, Myra and Silas faced each other across a narrow table. The air between them was charged, a mixture of old rivalries and the grudging respect born of necessity. "You don't trust me," Myra said, her voice low but firm. Silas's cold eyes flickered with something almost like regret. "Nor do I trust you. But the market is changing, whether I like it or not." Their conversation was a delicate dance of words and intentions, each probing the other's limits while acknowledging the shifting tides that no one could ignore. It was clear that the path ahead would be fraught with tension and uneasy alliances. As dusk settled over the city, Kayla found herself alone on a balcony overlooking the sprawling maze of the Fate Market. The fading light painted the streets in hues of gold and shadow, a reminder of the delicate balance between hope and despair. She breathed in the cool evening air, feeling the weight of the day's battles settle around her like a cloak. Her thoughts drifted to the countless prophecies that had passed through these streets, some fulfilled, others twisted by greed and ambition. But tonight, there was a new wind blowing through the market, carrying with it the promise of something more. "The future is not written," she whispered to the gathering night. "It is forged by those brave enough to seize it." The road ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers both seen and unseen. But, for the first time in a long while, Kayla allowed herself to believe that the fragile threads of destiny might be rewoven by fate alone, but by courage, choice, and the unyielding hope of a broken oracle determined to reclaim her voice. And as the market winds shifted, so too did the tides of destiny, setting the stage for a new chapter in the story of a world where futures were no longer commodities to be bought and sold, but promises to be honored and protected. The echoes of change stirred in the shadows, and Kayla knew the true test was yet to come. The legacy of shadows deepened as dusk settled over the Fate Market, folding the city into a quiet anticipation. Kayla Varys moved through the narrow corridors beneath the sprawling network of auction halls and clandestine meeting rooms. Her steps measured, her mind weighed heavy with memories. The air was thick with the scent of parchment, candle wax, and the faint metallic temps of old secrets. Each breath she drew was a reminder of the fractured path that had brought her here. It was here, in these shadowed veins of the market, that her past awaited embodied in the form of Silas. The chamber where they met was cold, its stone walls bearing centuries of whispered deals and broken promises. A single candle flickered on the rough-hewn table between them, casting long, wavering shadows that danced like spectres. Scylla stood with his arms crossed, his eyes sharp and unyielding, reflecting the flickering flame. Keller's gaze met his, and for a moment the weight of silence was heavier than any spoken word. "You shouldn't have come," Scylla said, his voice low but edged with something that felt like pain beneath the anger. Keller's lips pressed into a thin line. "Nor should you have stayed away." Their history was tangled like the braids in her hair complex, knotted with rivalry and regret. He had once been her apprentice, eager and bright, but ambition had twisted their alliance into a rivalry that left scars far deeper than either wished to admit. The prophecy she had sold, the war it ignited, and the ruin that followed had driven a wedge between them, one that neither had found the courage to bridge until now. "You carry the weight of what happened," Scylla continued, stepping closer, "but you cannot carry it alone." Kayla shook her head, the storm-grey eyes clouded with doubt. "I don't know if I deserve to be forgiven." Silas's gaze softened just a fraction. "Perhaps forgiveness isn't the point. Perhaps it's about acceptance of our faults, our choices, and the shadows we cast." The words hung in the chilly air like a fragile offering. Keller's heart fluttered with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. Could she truly face the legacy of shadows that clung so tightly to her soul? Before she could respond, a quiet voice interrupted the charged atmosphere. Ira Thane stood in the doorway, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to the muted stone around them. Her gaze was steady, filled with the fierce loyalty that had never wavered. "You both need to stop running from what's behind you. If you don't, the fate market will consume us all." The reminder was sharp and clear, slicing through Keller's hesitation. She nodded, drawing strength from Ira's presence. Together they left the chamber, stepping into the fading light of the city's dusky embrace. Later, Kayla found herself in the secluded garden, gifted by Master Orin, a place where time seemed to slow and the burdens of the world softened. The air was fragrant with jasmine, and the last rays of sunlight painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose. Master Orin, draped in his faded ceremonial robes, sat quietly on a stone bench, eyes clouded yet piercing. "The silence of the divine," he began softly, "is not absence but a space between what is known and what must be discovered. It is where fate and free will entwine in a dance as old as time." Kayla listened, the cryptic wisdom settling over her like a bomb. The parable he shared spoke of shadows and light, of choices made in darkness that forged paths to dawn. It was an invitation to embrace not only the light of hope, but the shadows of her past, the fears, the failures, the scars that shaped her. "You are not your mistakes," Master Orin said, "but the courage you summoned to rise beyond them." The words stirred a quiet resolve deep within Kayla. She felt the legacy of shadows no longer as a chain but as a tapestry complex, imperfect yet beautiful in its entirety. As night fell, Kayla ascended to a rooftop overlooking the sprawling city. Lanterns flickered like distant stars, their fragile glow mirroring the fragile hope blossoming within her chest. The cool night air whispered against her skin as she drew a symbol in the era. Delicate spiral entwined with a star, an emblem of renewal and resilience. Her breath was steady, her gaze unwavering as she whispered a vow to the night. "I will no longer be defined by the shadows I carry, but by the light I choose to kindle." Below, the fate market pulsed with the restless energy of countless destinies intertwined. And above, Kayla stood a beacon of resolve in a world teetering between ruin and redemption. The legacy of shadows was hers to bear, but also hers to transform. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril and sacrifice. But for the first time in a long while, Kayla embraced the unknown with a heart unburdened by fear. As the first faint glow of dawn crept over the horizon, she turned from the edge of the rooftop with a steady step and a soul ignited by the promise of a future rewritten. And in that fragile light, the fate market awaited her next move, uncertain, but not without hope. The shadows of the past would not claim her, not this time. With a final glance at the awakening sky, Kayla descended, ready to face whatever destiny dared to challenge her resolve. The room was silent except for the faint crackling of the incense as it curled into the shadows, casting delicate spirals that seemed to dance with the forgotten whispers of fate. Kayla Varys stood at the chamber's center, her storm-grey eyes fixed on the ancient runes inscribed into the stone floor. Despite the chill that clung to the air, a warmth blossomed within her chest, fragile ember of hope battling the long-held weight of guilt and despair. Her fingers hovered just above the carved symbols, hesitating for a moment, as if the very act of touching them might unravel the tenuous threads holding her resolve together. The faded glow of the runes pulsed gently, as though recognizing her presence, acknowledging the frailty and strength entwined within her. This chamber, hidden deep beneath the city's labyrinthine streets, had been a sanctuary for seers, long before the fate market twisted the sacred art into a trade of greed and power. Irathane's quiet footsteps echoed softly in the doorway. The red strands of her hair caught the flickering candlelight, a vivid flame against the somber stone. She did not speak, merely offering the steady presence Kayla had come to depend on in these darkest hours. With a small, reassuring nod, Ira conveyed the unspoken promise of solidarity, that Kayla would not walk this path alone. Kayla drew a deep breath, tasting the mingled scents of burnt herbs and ancient stone. Her mind swirled with memories of the prophecy she had once sold, the war it had ignited, and the ruin that followed. Those memories had chained her to despair, but now, in this sanctified space, they felt less like shackles and more like threads waiting to be ripped. A soft voice broke the stillness, Master Orin's, carrying the weight of years and wisdom. Fate is not a river carved in stone, but a tapestry woven with many hands, he intoned, his eyes clouded with age, yet bright with meaning. The divine may fall silent, but within that silence lies the space for choice. Keller's gaze lifted to meet his, finding in his enigmatic demeanor a reflection of her own turmoil and the faintest glimmer of hope. Is it truly possible to reshape what has been set? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The threads are never fixed, Orin replied. They respond to the courage of those who dare to grasp the loom. With steady fingers, Kayla began to trace the symbols, the runes responding beneath her touch. The glow intensified, bathing the chamber in a soft, golden light that chased away the shadows. Each mark she redefined was an act of defiance against the deterministic chains that had bound her. Each stroke a declaration that the future was hers to shape. The ritual was not merely symbolic, it was a reclaiming of her voice, her agency, and her humanity. As the light swelled, she felt the weight of past failures lift incrementally, replaced by a burgeoning strength that surged through her veins. Beside her, Ira's silent presence was a bomb, steady and fierce. Master Orin's words echoed through her mind, urging her to trust in the silent promise the divine had left behind. The silence was not absence but invitation in, opening for free will to flourish where once only predestination had reigned. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the runes flared brighter still, casting shifting shadows that played like specters of the past against the chamber walls. Kayla closed her eyes, feeling the threads of fate unfurl and weave anew under her touch. A quiet smile touched her lips, not of certainty, but of resolve. When the light finally dimmed, the chamber settled into a profound stillness, charged with the silent promise of a future unbound. Kayla opened her eyes to find Ira's gaze filled with quiet pride and Master Orin's with a rare, approving warmth. "You have taken the first step," Orin said softly. "Now, the true weaving begins." Kayla nodded, the weight of her new burden balanced by an unyielding hope. The threads of destiny had been rewoven tonight, not by prophecy alone, but by courage, choice, and the fragile, fierce power of redemption. And with that, she stepped forward, no longer bound by the shadows of her past, but guided by the light of a future she would define. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril and temptation. But Kayla Varys was no longer the broken oracle cast aside. She was a weaver of fate, a guardian of hope, and a beacon against the encroaching darkness. And as the chamber doors closed behind her, the whispered promise of transformation lingered in the air, a fragile hope poised to grow. Outside, the fate market pulsed with its usual chaos, unaware that the threads of destiny had begun to shift. Keller's hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the thrill of possibility. Tomorrow was unwritten, and for the first time in a long time, that truth was hers to embrace. But even as she walked into the night, a question lingered in her mind, sharp and insistent. Could she protect this fragile new path from those who would see it undone? The answer would come in time. For now, the threads were rewoven. The future was hers to claim. The first light of dawn crept gently over the horizon, spilling amber hues across the sprawling maze of the fate market below. From her vantage point, atop the high balcony, Kayla Varys watched the city slowly stir to life. The familiar scents of parchment, ink, and faint traces of incense mingled with the crisp morning air. The low murmur of early traders and the rustling of cloth tents wove into a quiet symphony that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of destinies yet to be written. Keller's storm-grey eyes traced the contours of the market, each stall a node in the intricate web of futures bought and sold. Though the air was calm, she could feel the undercurrent of tension, the restless anticipation that always preceded a new day in this place where fate was a commodity and prophecy a fragile thread stretched taut between hope and despair. She exhaled slowly, the weight of her position settling deep within her chest. The past weeks had been a crucible choice, each step forward a testament to the fragile peace she had helped forge after reclaiming the prophecy that once threatened to unravel the realm. Yet, she knew this peace was but a delicate veneer. The market's pulse was erratic, and beneath the surface, currents of greed and ambition still churned, threatening to pull the fragile threads of destiny apart. Kayla turned away from the balcony and descended the narrow staircase to the chamber she now called her sanctuary. The room was lined with ancient scrolls and faded tapestries, their threads whispering secrets of times when prophecy was sacred and untouched by commerce. Flickering candles cast dancing shadows on the walls, lending the space an air of quiet reverence. Master Orin sat in his usual seat, his silver hair a halo in the soft candlelight, eyes clouded with age but sharp with wisdom. He gestured for Kayla to sit beside him. "The burden you bear," he began, voice low and measured, "is unlike any other. An oracle's path is never-ending. To glimpse the strands of fate is to carry the weight of all possibilities, the known and the unknowable." Kayla nodded, her fingers absently tracing a cryptic symbol etched into the wooden armrest. "I have come to understand that the future is not fixed," she said quietly, But that knowledge does not ease the fear that my choices might still lead to ruin. Oren's gaze was steady. Fear is the shadow of responsibility. It is a reminder that we must walk with humility and courage. The silence of the divine you once heard is not absence, but space, a place for your will to shape what may come. Their conversation stretched into the morning, a delicate dance of reflection and resolve. When Ira Thane burst into the chamber, breathless and sharp-eyed, the fragile calm was shattered. "There's unrest stirring again," she reported, her voice urgent yet controlled. "Whispers of factions seeking to exploit the new order. The market's old wounds are not yet healed." Keller's eyes narrowed, the familiar sting of burdens settling once more. "Then we must be vigilant. The future is a living thing, Ira, and it will not be tamed by hope alone." Later, under the cloak of night, Kayla walked the silent streets, the cool air brushing against her skin like a whispered promise. The city's heartbeat echoed faintly in the distancer, reminder that even in silence, life thrived. She paused beneath a flickering lantern, shadows playing across her face, and drew a steadying breath. Her journey was far from over. The role of the Oracle was not a mantle to be shrugged off, but a lifelong vigilant, unyielding commitment to safeguarding the delicate threads that bound the world's future. The burden was heavy, but within it lay a fragile hope, a resilience forged in the crucible of despair and courage. Kayla lifted her gaze to the stars, their cold light distant and indifferent, yet somehow guiding. "I will carry this burden," she whispered to the night. "Not because the path is easy, but because it is mine to walk." As the first stars faded before the dawn, Kayla Veres stood ready, no longer a broken oracle haunted by past failures, but a guardian of fate, embracing the uncertain promise of tomorrow with unwavering resolve. The market below began to stir anew, its labyrinth of possibilities alive with the endless dance of destiny, and Keller's heart beat steady in time with its pulse. The oracle's burden was hers to bear, and she would do so with courage, humility, and hope. But even as the new day broke, a whisper of shadow lingered at the edges of the light, a reminder that fate's threads were never truly secure, and the future was a promise that demanded constant vigilance. The weight of the unseen eyes watching from the shadows pressed in, and Kayla knew the silence was not over. It was only the beginning. Her story was far from finished. The dawn broke over the fate market with a light that felt almost like a benediction, spilling gold and rose hues across the myriad stalls that had long thrummed with whispered deals and shadowed bargains. Kayla Veres stood on the raised platform near the market's heart, her storm-grey eyes scanning the gathered crowd. Merchants, seers, brokers, and curious onlookers clustered together, their faces a tapestry of skepticism, weary hope, and cautious curiosity. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that only comes when a world poised on the edge of change holds its breath. For so long, the fate market had been a place where the futures of countless souls were bought and sold like common goods, where greed and ambition twisted the sacred threads of prophecy into weapons and currency. Kayla knew this well. She had once been the kingdom's favored oracle, before the weight of a disastrous prophecy had shattered her reputation and nearly destroyed the fragile balance of the realm. Yet here she was now, no longer a broken outcast, but a beacon of reform and resilience. "Today," Kayla began, her voice steady but carrying the weight of years spent in exile and reflection, "we stand at a crossroads. The fate market need no longer be a den of shadows and deceit, where futures are gambled without care. We have the power to shape a new dawn, one where prophecies are honored, where trust replaces treachery, and where hope, not fear, guides our dealings." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, some doubtful, others inspired. Keller's words were not empty promises, but the beginning of a movement, one forged in the crucible of loss and tempered by the courage to face an uncertain future. At her side, Ira Thane moved through the throng with practiced ease, her fiery red hair a beacon of fierce loyalty and unyielding pragmatism. Ira's sharp green eyes caught every flicker of resistance and every spark of support. When she encountered a group of auctioneers known for their ruthless tactics, the air tightened with tension. "Transparency," Ira demanded, her voice low but unwavering. "No more hidden bids, no more secret deals. The market will be a place of fairness, or it will not be a market at all." One of the auctioneers, a stout man with a scar tracing his jaw, sneered. "And who's going to enforce this? You, the disgraced Oracle and her ragtag band." Ira's gaze was ice. "Not just us. The market itself will watch and hold accountable. We have allies, now brokers, seers, even some of your own who want change. Resist, and you resist the future." Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of the market, Mira and Silas exchanged quiet words. The prophecy broker, her dark hair falling in soft waves around a face marked by years of hard-won experience, leaned in close. Silas, once Keller's apprentice and now a rival oracle, listened intently, the lines of rivalry softened by the shared goal of preserving what remained of the market's integrity. "It's fragile," Mira whispered, "but with Keller's vision and your insight, we can steer this place away from ruin." Silas nodded slowly, a flicker of old respect shining through his guarded expression. For now, the market needs unity more than ambition. As evening settled, the market transformed. The once shadowed alleys and hushed corners now glowed softly with lantern light, illuminating faces that dared to hope again. Kayla walked through the lanes, the hum of renewed chatter filling the air, weaving a tapestry of cautious smiles and tentative greetings. The weight of the past still lingered, a shadow that would never fully fade, but the seeds of change had been sown. She paused at a stall where a young seer offered a small, trembling smile. "Will it last?" the seer asked. Kayla met the gaze, her eyes reflecting the fading light. "It must, for all our sakes." The market's new dawn was not a promise of perfection, but a testament to the power of courage and change. Keller's shadow stretched long into the night, a silent vow to guard the fragile threads of destiny and to lead the fate market toward a future shaped not by fear or greed, but by hope and integrity. Yet beneath the surface, currents of old power stirred uneasily. The question remained, could this new order withstand the relentless resistance of those who profited from the old ways? Kayla knew the path ahead was fraught with peril, but for the first time in a long while, the future felt hers to shape, and she would not let it slip away again. With a final glance back at the vibrant market she had helped transform, Kayla stepped forward into the uncertain night, ready to face whatever shadows still lingered because a new dawn had begun. And she was its reluctant but determined herald. The dawn crept gently over the horizon, casting a pale golden light that spilled across the windswept cliff where I stood. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of salt and earth, and the vast expanse of the sky stretched endlessly before me, painted in soft lavender and rose. It was a silent dawn, the kind that holds its breath as if the world itself waits for something unseen to stir. Here, far from the clamor of the fate market and the treacheries of shadowed halls, I found a rare quietude. The silence of the divine that had haunted me for so long felt heavier here, pressing against my skin like the cold wind that tugged at my loose braid. It was a silence I had come to know well, a silence that once filled me with dread and doubt, but now beckoned me toward something new, something I had not dared to embrace before: trust in myself. I closed my eyes, letting the wind carry away the noise of past mistakes, the bitter taste of betrayal, and the hollow ache of lost destinies. I remembered Master Orin's words from our last meeting in his dim chamber. The flickering fire casting shadows that danced like ghosts on the walls lined with ancient scrolls and prophetic relics. "The silence is not absence," he had whispered, voice hushed as if fearing to disturb the fragile balance. "It is the space between the notes, the pause that allows the song to be heard anew. Prophecy is not a chain, Kayla, but a melody that shifts with the player. You must learn to listen beyond the silence." His cryptic guidance had unsettled me at first, but now, standing here beneath the vast sky, I understood its weight. The silence was not a void, but a challenge, a call to forge my own path amid uncertainty. Ira's presence in my life had been an anchor throughout this tumultuous journey. Her fiery red hair and sharp green eyes always seemed to cut through the haze of doubt that clouded my mind. In the crowded enclaves of the fate market, where whispers were currency and trust a rare gem, she moved with decisive grace, gathering intelligence with a deftness born of survival. Together, we had unraveled conspiracies and navigated the treacherous currents of ambition and greed. Yet even as the market's pulse quickened with the approach of new auctions and shifting alliances, the silence of the divine lingered, a reminder that some forces lay beyond mortal grasp. Back in the city's quiet sanctuary, I found solace in the simplest of acts, sketching cryptic symbols in the dirt with a trembling finger. Each line and curve was a prayer, a question, a hope cast into the uncertain future. Around me, the world hummed softly. Distant church bells tolled, marking the hour with a steady rhythm that felt both ancient and eternal. In that moment, I realized that my strength would no longer come from whispered prophecies or the cryptic visions of the past. It would come from within, from the fragile, unyielding hope that even in silence, we could choose to shape the future. The horizon stretched before me, vast and uncharted, a silent promise of mysteries yet to unfold. And with the first light of dawn warming my skin, I stepped forward into the unknown, no longer bound by the shadows of what had been, but guided by the courage to face what could be. Yet even as I moved, a question lingered, winding through the silence like a quiet breath. How do you trust a future when the divine refuses to speak? The answer, I knew, was not found in the silence itself, but in the voice we choose to raise against it. The chill of dawn crept over the horizon as I stood on the edge of the cliff, the vast expanse of the city sprawling beneath me like a living mosaic of light and shadow. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of dew-kissed earth and distant sea salt. In my hands, I held the last remnants of a life I was determined to leave behind, faded parchments inked with prophecies that once dictated the paths of kings and commoners alike. Each scroll was a fragment of my past, a tether to the destiny I had long sought to escape. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of guilt and hope mingling within me. The silence of the divine, once oppressive and deafening, now felt like a quiet invitation to step beyond the known. With a steady breath, I let the parchments slip through my fingers. The brittle papers fluttered like autumn leaves, caught in a gentle breeze, dancing upward before scattering into the vast sky. Watching them disappear, I felt a stirring inside of fragile hope, taking root amid the ruins of my former self. Behind me, the soft footsteps of Ira approached, her presence a steady anchor in the shifting tides of my resolve. "It's a bold step," she said quietly, her fiery hair catching the dawn's light, "to let go of what once defined you." I turned to face her, the storm grey of my eyes meeting her piercing green. It's not just about letting go, I murmured. It's about choosing what comes next. We descended from the cliffside, our path winding through familiar streets, now tinged with possibility rather than despair. The Fate Market, once a den of whispered greed and shadowed deals, breathed a subtle change. Rumors of reform and renewed ethics fluttered like tentative wings, and I could sense the cautious optimism in the air. Later, in the quiet sanctuary of a dim chamber, candlelight flickered against stone walls as Ira and I spoke in hushed tones. Our conversation wove through past scars and future dreams, each word a stitch in the fragile tapestry of trust we were rebuilding. The market won't change overnight, she reminded me, but every small act of courage nudges the tide. Her conviction kindled a warmth within me, a reminder that even in the darkest shadows, light finds a way to seep through. Days later, I sought out Master Orin in his secluded garden, where ancient trees whispered secrets lost to time. His silver hair shimmered softly in the dappled sunlight, and his eyes, clouded with age yet bright with insight, met mine with serene understanding. "The silence you fear," he said, voice carrying the weight of countless seasons, "is not absence, but invitation. Prophecy is not the chain that binds you, Kayla, but the canvas upon which you may paint anew. Embrace the unknown, for therein lies true freedom." His words resonated deep within my soul, unraveling the tight knots of doubt and fear. I realized then that my power was not in foreseeing the future, but in shaping it through choice and courage. Returning to the heart of the Fate Market, I walked its bustling avenues with a quiet determination. The market's pulse had shifted. Whispers of change echoed among traders and seers alike. Faces once hardened by greed now bore traces of hope, and the air thrummed with the possibility of redemption. As I moved through the crowd, I felt the invisible threads of destiny loosen. No longer a prison, but a web of connections I could navigate with newfound agency. I was no longer the oracle defined by my past failures, but a woman embracing the uncertainty of tomorrow. The future stretched before me inbound, unwritten and alive with promise. And as the sun rose higher, casting its golden light over the city, I stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever fate I would choose to shape. Yet, even as hope blossomed, a lingering question remained, a quiet challenge whispered on the wind. Could the world truly change, or were we all forever tethered to the shadows of the past? The answer, I knew, would unfold with each step I dared to take. The cold air bit at my cheeks as I stood atop the cliff's edge, the dawn bleeding slowly across the horizon. Below me, the world stretched wide and unyielding, a tapestry woven with countless threads each, a destiny, a choice, a possibility. I reached out instinctively, fingers brushing through the faint shimmer of those fragile strands. The remnants of prophecies, past and futures, yet unwritten. They fluttered like whispering ghosts in the morning light, caught between shadow and promise. For so long, I had believed those threads to be chains binding me to a fate carved in sorrow and mistakes. But now, as the sun's first rays pierced the lingering darkness, I understood something deeper. Fate was not a prison, but a loom, and within my hands lay the power to weave anew. The weight of the past still pressed heavily on my shoulders, yet beneath it, a fragile hope stirred, fragile but unyielding. Behind me, the faint murmur of footsteps approached Tyra's swift, confident stride, breaking the stillness. She came to stand beside me, her fiery hair catching the light, eyes sharp and steady. "The market stirs with whispers," she said simply. "Change is coming, Kayla. With you leading, perhaps it can be for the better." I nodded, the words both a comfort and a challenge. the fate market, the very place that had once sold my downfall, was now a ground for renewal. The auctions would continue, but the shadows that had once cloaked every corner would begin to recede. We had forged new rules, a tentative code that placed honor and the preservation of free will above greed and manipulation. Yet I knew the road ahead was fraught with peril. The echoes of old enemies lingered still, their eyes ever watchful. My thoughts drifted to Master Orin, whose presence had been a beacon in my darkest hours. His final blessing, spoken beneath a sky thick with stars, echoed in my mind. The silence of the divine is not absence, he had said, but invitation. To listen not for answers, but for the courage to choose your own path. That silence had haunted me for so long, a deafening void where certainty once lived. But now, in that quiet, I found a new kind of guidance, not from the heavens, but from within. I was no longer the broken oracle defined by a catastrophic prophecy. I was a woman who had reclaimed her voice and her future. Yet even as hope blossomed, a shadow lingered. Lord Malrek Davon, the man whose ambition had nearly torn the realm apart, had not vanished. I had glimpsed him in the periphery, a silhouette watching from the darkness, his cold eyes betraying a grudging respect and the simmering promise of confrontation yet to come. His story was entwined with mine, a reminder that the struggle for destiny was never truly over. As the first full light of day bathed the land, I turned from the cliff and faced forward, the fragile threads of fate shimmering around me like a cloak woven from the dawn itself. Each step I took was a defiance of the past, a testament to the resilience of hope and the courage it takes to face the unknown. This was not an ending, but a beginning. The future was written in shadows, but within those shadows, I would find my own light, and with it, the promise of a world renewed. The wind whispered through the grass, carrying the scent of rain and earth, a scent of possibility. I closed my eyes, breathed deeply, and stepped into the story yet to be told.